Happy Merry Mary. Hey, welcome. Needle Bender 241, Needle Bender 286. John, and I am in San Diego, about 10 miles north of the border and 10 miles east of the ocean. Don't enjoy your seat, my friend. You have yourself a great evening.
Well, good evening, good evening, good evening out there. Good evening out there, and hey, it's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. Well, we have some skip conditions coming in, man, and for those that don't know what skip conditions is, what I mean by that, um, well, um, the signals that the radio signals that are out and around right now are being bounced around a lot further than they normally travel, like without help. And right now, it's got help. It's got the sun is pushing off a lot of solar flares that hit the ionosphere, and then that pushes a lot of the radio signals around a lot further around. And right now, everybody's taking advantage of it. So a lot of people are on the radio at the moment, and they're all skipping across the ionospheres. Their radio signal is skipping across the ionosphere. Hey, Indy, and like I said, everybody's taking advantage of it. Of the conditions, the Mother Nature's conditions.
Mountains in between you and me, and so Mother Nature is doing her thing. Take care, 479, Needle Bender 286.
Good to see you out there, Virginia. It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening for DX.
This little barefoot radio. 479-527, John in the Mobile. We're standing by. Shoot that piece of shit. I hear you out there, 556 Louisiana, 527 in the Mobile. 6 Louisiana, you got 361, 361.
The 1122 Wingnut Radio.
One more time. Hey, hot at 549. Break, break. Interstate 60 eastbound, right around Ontario, California. Okay, 547 Houston. Okay, 547 Houston. But everybody tell me, the underdog, the 555, Northern Cal, the triple nickel in Sacramento. 527 Mobile, Southern Cal. Yeah, we got really good Southern California, 951 Southern Cal. Southern California, triple Sacramento, looking right great. 951 Southern Cal, 951 operator Thomas and Southern Cal standing by. 249 Alabama, making a nice trip out to Reno, Nevada. 2112 Wayman. Have a good evening. They all coming back at the same time. You can't get out any. 616 Arkansas. I heard that 616 Arkansas 951 operator Thomas, Southern Cal. Appreciate the shout, my friend. 73 from downtown Reno. 2112 Wayman. 249. I heard you also, my friend. Take care. Have a good weekend.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wing Nut Radio out here, looking out there for that DX 1122 Wing Nut Radio. Listening.
No, I got you in there. I got 222. I'm sorry I didn't catch your number. Just a power up in there. You want to go to 420? Well, man, we'll pop a cold one if we had it, but, maybe we'll go get us one of them old Dr. Peppers or something like that there. So, down the March Air Force Base, Moreno Valley, Riverside County, 951 operator Thomas, Southern Cal, standing by. You over here is the Wisdom Radio. Patriots, have a great weekend. Hopefully we'll be touching bases again. I got you at the Lockback. Take care. 555 Northern Cal. We're on the side.
Hey, that station out there, Sacramento, boy, you way off frequency. The 1122 Wing Nut, let you know.
Northern California. World Radio 500, World Radio 500, Nova Scotia standby. We got you in there, man. Triple tree right outside of Phoenix. Good evening, 256 Fort Lauderdale. Sounding good around Nova Scotia, sir. And then next week it's summertime. 209, man. The Doc City. Yeah, we got a little bit of rain. Again, sorry, here in Nova Scotia this evening. Right now we're getting some rain, right? Right out here.
double one, double two, wingnut out here in Banana Force, stretching that modulation out there. The double one, double two, wingnut radio. I love my CB radio. Ah!
My wife would run me over with a car if she knew I was doing you dead. Can't catch this doggy! We'll try it again here, man. They baby said 9:40 shit out there in Georgia, Bob. Have yourself a great day. Well, now that is awesome. Bill, that's your alarm on this thing. Somebody go up there and get over the top of this noise. World Radio 500 standby.
That's right. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here, stretching that modulation through. That's right. I love it. My CB radio, the double one, double two Wingnut Radio. On the side.
You're making the trip to California. Big Mac Space Station, Southern Cal, Ventura County. Double nickel in Texas, 873. Enjoy your day in good DXC, Evergreen 409. Hey, Arkansas, you're making the trip over all the hash and trash. Big Mac Base said it. Are you pulling my leg right now? Are you coming in too, bro? Radio 61 in the house. Getting down. You don't need no more music. Roger. Hello. How come I'm rich and you're not? How come you not sell real estate like I do? How come I sleep with your wife while you at work, and then I pee in your toilet and don't flush? And sometimes I open the back part and I pee in there, so that when you flush, pee come out. You know why? Because I'm smart. I'm smart, you stupid. Go now. See, I'm gonna get on the... No. When you do it like that, I'm gonna look for me one. Out there in New York, here's some stations out there in New York, man. You guys have a super... Drugs? I'm gonna destroy some drugs. Cold out there. What are you selling? Reefer, crack, smack, horse, X, shrooms, dust, meth? Roger and that, man. Yeah, you're always working on there. What's going on? Roger, roger. Yeah, I got about 40 dB on you. Oh, that one was hilarious. Oh, dude, man, you're always coming up to the scale. directions is it? Shoot, man, the East Coast booming in you're like keying up on me right now. Everything, we'll put it on you later. Some kind of cow out there. Yeah, we got that station. Go to 395, this is World Radio 638.
Right to 1122, wing that radio, wiggling that modulation into your speaker. That's right, the 1122 wing nut on the side of the road.
Schwarzenegger talking about shots on there. It's real tough with hey, when you come in with the it's hard to pull out the numbers, but hey, we'll be hey, we'll slide wide to the side. 1, 2, 1, 3, something comes to mind. Go to say it's unbelievable. There it is. Don't worry, I got it under control. Crack addicted, baby. No, I don't think some of you guys, you gotta keep your stick on the ice, okay?
I hear the repeater in my speaker. I hear the repeater in my speaker. I hear the number 3 repeater in my speaker. I can hear it. Holy crap on a cracker. I can hear those stations out there in the left coast. The 1122 wing not out here on the side of the road. I'll be fully operational and immensely activated right here on this extra special frequency. The 1122 wing nut radio DDO on the side. It's extra special sometimes because it's like the short bus. It's extra special like those short waves. Hey, attention, all you shoppers out there. Attention, shoppers. The double one, double two wingnut radio DDO on the side and listening for all that DX out there. Wingnut radio DDO out here for Anarchy Television. So everybody, welcome to the live stream, the 1122 Wingnut radio DDO on the side. I really can't wait until you guys get some big radios. You people! Tony P, look at that. Man, I got all the cool kids all in my chat. Look at that shit. That's awesome. I've got all the cool kids in my chat. It's awesome. I love it. Here we go. I'll throw that in there for you.
out here, and I was just trying to
Master Run, everybody. Look at that. I'm telling you, man, all the freaking cool kids are in my chat. It's awesome.
if I knew it was like, you
What?
know,
What?
so
What?
that's why I
Who
was
that?
surprised it was still in here. That's good. Maybe we're getting
Kathy. Hold on a second.
Like that.
All right.
Hello.
That's
Hello.
Hey, Kathy.
Hiya.
All right. All right.
I was just having a coughing fit. Excuse me, my voice.
It's all right. The radio's not drowning me out, is it?
That looks like an awesome CB. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
used to
good.
have a CB when I was 16.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's the original social network, man.
it is, yeah. I was called Rosebud on there.
Oh yeah,
And I was so shy to talk to people.
my I had one of my ex girlfriends. She used to be on it. Hers was called Southern Comfort.
Because we live in an area where the CBs are supposed, but the beach was supposed to be great reception.
Right.
Oh, my mum invested in a really good one. I think she paid about 70 quid just before we moved here. And yeah, I remember the area was absolutely huge. It was right outside my bedroom window.
Miss J was Sweet Princess. That was
Sweet princess.
yeah, that was what Miss yeah, that's what Miss J said hers was. Hey Tony,
Hello,
How you doing,
Tony.
guys?
I'm all right. How
How
are
did your
you?
stream go then?
It went very well.
I thought you'd just gone off when I came back on.
I
Oh,
think
damn
I,
it, just
I
missed him.
think I had, yeah.
You had a bite. It said 11 minutes ago. So I woke up at 7:30. Can you believe it? Well, just no 7. And I thought it was morning because I've been asleep since 3:30.
Yo, Wingnut.
Yes, sir.
Anchor TV. How you doing,
And I,
mate?
I'm
and
all
I thought
right.
it was
I'm doing
Thursday all
good.
day.
It's good to see you. I, so I noticed you're starting to do some streaming and stuff like that. So you liking it? I mean,
Yeah.
I caught one of them. I didn't watch all of it, but I did catch one of them. And yeah, I think that's pretty cool that you're
Well,
doing it now.
there'll be another one tomorrow night at 3 p.m. That's UK time.
Yeah. All
So
right.
look out for it, man.
Well, like I said, I don't get notifications anymore when it comes down to people doing streams and stuff. So I have to keep an eye out myself. I have to keep looking all the time. I have to go through my subscriptions and find out who's live at the moment or whatever. So I'll keep my eyes open. I try to keep the pulse, keep my finger on the pulse, man. And I love it that you're doing something, Tony.
Good on you, man.
Yeah. Well, hello there, you people. Good to see you out there, sir.
What's up, my friend Wingnut? How are you?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Hello, everybody.
I had a long stream this morning, or well, it was a few, I don't know, 8 hours or something like that. I didn't go to bed until around noon this afternoon, and I totally slept through the time period I was going to go out and try and sell some stuff today. So I didn't wake up until about an hour, about 30, 40 minutes ago, actually. And I just woke up and there was just everybody and their brother talking on the radio, so I decided to pop on.
I gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even see you. I was up and on here and hitting live, and I didn't even see you live. Otherwise, I would have popped in earlier and said what's
Yeah.
up.
Hey, no worries. Well, like we were just talking about all kinds of stuff. Let's see here. SG was up here. I had Kat. I had Miss Kathy or whatever, and then I had Miss J. I had um, um, man. Was Joe? A few people. I had pretty much like 3 different countries represented. So, so it
You've
was
had a lot
That's
of
awesome.
Brits, man. A lot of
Yeah.
it.
Well, I had Scots. I had a Scot, and I had a UK. I had America being all represented, and plus in the chat. I mean, it was crazy. It was like I totally did not expect it. I was over on David's. Um, um, he was on, and and I was over there, and he shut down his stream, and I was like, well, shoot, I can go live if everybody needed somewhere to go, and I ended up going live. Next thing you know, man, it ended up being 8 hours of just like, I mean, all kinds of random conversation. It was awesome.
There's
Right?
nothing wrong with that, fella.
No, it
No.
was actually interesting, and I mean, um, we kept it really we kept it really light. I mean, there was a couple of moments where it was like we getting really deep. You know what I mean? But still, um, able to laugh. I mean, I love it. It was good.
Some of those are the best conversations, and I wish that I had more British and representation as well as Australian representation coming in on my chats, man. Because a lot of the people around here, man, they have no clue what the fuck's going on over there. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? And
and that
I talk with the Canadians and stuff, man, but they ain't going through the same thing that the EU and fucking Australia and I'm still struggling to find out what's going on in Scotland and Ireland and countries like that because you never hear from anybody from over there, man.
yeah, that's why I stretch out, try to international. I mean, I talk to all kinds of people I can. And I
Right?
search out, and it's like I was telling Indy yesterday, Independent Human. I was telling her, it's like I kind of travel the internet or travel the YouTube, man, collecting all the good people. You know what I mean? I'm collecting all the good people from the YouTube, and
Right.
I'm trying to gather them all together. You know what I mean? No matter where they're at,
You're doing well. You're doing well.
I'm
Right.
trying. You're definitely one of the good people out there, Tony. I have to admit, you're one of the good
Thank
people
you, man. Thank you.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Independent Many just invited me up next time they do panel, so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
took
she's
the
gonna start
offer.
doing something too. Yeah, I think that's really awesome.
You know.
Oh, look, sober's in the chat. Look at that, that's pretty cool. Or muggles,
Now,
but
honestly,
I know him as sober.
we've got Master on. We've got Independent Man United. We've got SG. We've got who else have we got there?
Natural born serial killer's in there. Muggles is in there.
Anthony
Uh,
as well. Spell the
yeah,
name.
Mrs. J's in there.
Yeah,
Uh,
indeed she is.
let's see here. Ian's in there. Yeah, that's all right there. There's Ian right there. Anthony.
Natural born
Uh,
serial killer too.
yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Natural born serial killer. He's a Scot, isn't he?
I think he's Geordie.
Oh, okay. But yeah, oh man, I gotta,
I could be wrong though. I could be
I
wrong.
yeah, I mean, I'm just assuming for some reason. For some reason, you know, natural born serial killer. Where you at? There you are. But I think he's a Scot. I might be totally mistaken.
I have
Well,
a few Irish and Scottish that come in, but usually they come in like when I'm out and about live. You know what I'm saying? Like when I'm out
Right,
having fun. So I don't think about asking them what's going on in the world because that's not what I'm doing at that point in time. I'm
right,
out cop watching. I'm out having fun.
right.
I love the eyeball for a head. Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, like Indy was sitting there asking right here. She's like, yeah, if anybody wants to, you don't have to like, oh yeah, British by birth, Geordie by the grace of God. That's a yeah, natural born Silica. Okay, right on.
Told you he was Geordie.
Yeah, right. I think that's so cool, man. It's like I got all the cool kids right here.
You certainly have, dude.
I love it. And man,
Well, this the because you came across to the UK, you know, you chatted with people from the UK,
Yeah.
we reciprocate, we'll give it you back. That's what UK population's like, you know,
Yeah.
Right.
we just, you know, we gravitate to people we like.
Yeah, yeah. Busman loudly science. Okay. Well, welcome to the channel. I am the Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, the weird thing is, I mean, the first time I spoke to you, you were Anarchy Television.
Yeah.
And the next time I spoke to you, you were Wingnut. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
Well,
Hey,
yeah. Well,
hey,
that.
you got to have your alter ego. So it's like
Well.
me. I'm you people, but I got my alter ego of Captain Chicken Chest.
and eyeball on your head.
All right.
He's keeping an eye on everybody. That's what it is.
If you
Yeah.
notice, it never blinks. It's kind of like a camera.
Yeah. Well, see, my nickname, and it's even my CB handle also, but my nickname has been Wingnut for many, many years. And Anarchy Television is just my YouTube channel. And I'll tell you the story where that started. This was when I was in my early 20s. I used to be a part of a recording studio and a nightclub where we did recording like punk bands and heavy metal bands and stuff like that. And when we had bands playing at the nightclub, me and some of the other people that were affiliated with it, we would go around with a camcorder, like a VHS camcorder, and doing interviews with the band members, and we called it Anarchy Television. Now this is back in the day. I don't know if you guys are familiar who Henry Rollins is, but
Yeah.
back in the day when he was in the band Black Flag, he played at our club once, and I actually did an interview with him. And he was a skinny, long-haired kid, you know. And we were in this this club. It was this little tiny hole in the wall type of a place. I mean, the ceiling was just barely, I mean, like inches above our head, and you get 60 people packed in this thing trying to do a mosh pit and sweating and all this other stuff. It was a crazy place. I loved it. But that's where it all started with the name Anarchy Television. And so I decided to do my YouTube channel the same in a way. I don't really do interview. I guess I can call it interviews. I do interviews in a way, but that's what I used to do at one time.
That's cool.
Yeah. That's what I grew up with was heavy metal and
Welcome in,
punk
Dennis.
bands. Yeah.
Now, I've got to say, when I was like 18, I think it was 18, yeah, 18, I used to be called Gremlin on AMCB radio. That also went over to on FM. I used to have a massive, like 27-foot aerial. I used to talk to the Americans quite a lot when Skip was high.
Right.
It was, you know, it would go for middle of the night to do it, but it was great fun. I once spoke to a trucker driving through the middle of, I think it was the Mojave Desert. I was gobsmacked. I was like, you know, you can hear me. And he says, yeah, you're coming loud and clean, I'm there. But you're the other side of the bastard world.
Oh man. Yeah.
Where it went.
Oh look, hey Craig, I'm telling you, that sounds awesome. And worked security for Cypress Hill. I would have loved it. Beastie Boys. That would have been awesome.
Right.
I would have loved done that. Oh man.
Henry Rollins, didn't he used to play with State of the Art and Black Flag.
Yeah, Black Flag. I think that. Yeah. That was, yeah. Like I said, that was. I can't remember if that was. I don't know when he stopped playing in that, because I mean, eventually he ended up doing his own thing and kind of like his own band or whatever. I think it was called Henry Rollins or something like that, or no, it was. But yeah, back when I met him, he was in Black Flag at the time.
Wow.
Yeah. So that'll kind of give you a date about. I can't remember where when it was, like what year it was. All that seems like a blur to me back in those days. I mean, you know,
about 85, 86, like.
yeah, it was somewhere around there. Yeah, the Rollins band. That's what he ended up calling himself or whatever later. And he ended up being like this big buff dude, really muscular with no neck almost.
Wow.
I mean, back in those days when he was in Black Flag, he was like a skinny, long-haired kid, you know.
We all grow up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Dude, Craig, man, jump up here if you get the chance, man.
What's up, Dennison?
Yeah, Dennison X. Yeah, good to see you out there, Sue.
I'll tell you something. You're getting a lot of Brit love.
Hey, 1A2A.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of Brit love.
Oh, there's a echo somewhere.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Oh, it's coming from Kathy. You got your YouTube on, Kathy?
You got YouTube open.
I'm back.
You got your TV or your YouTube on? It was starting to echo over there, Kathy.
No. Hello.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah, I can hear you now. That's good.
I took the headphones off. I forgot.
Yeah.
That's why I
No,
couldn't hear you.
I've got to say, like I said, today I had a stream at 3 o'clock. Kat was she was the first person to jump on it and have a chat with me. Kat, I've got to say, I'll have another
tomorrow.
Live stream at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Cool.
So
I shall hopefully be there.
I expect you in there. If you don't show up, I'll come find you and kill you.
Uh-oh. You don't want that.
Yeah. Tony P coming after you. Like, I'm serious. I don't know if he can run so fast, Kathy. I don't know. You could probably outrun him.
No, I can't run. I can't even walk at the minute.
Hell. You could probably still outrun Tony, though.
No, I won't. I'm a sitting duck.
I used to be a runner.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a time way back. I never really did short distance or like sprinting. I was a track runner at one time.
I was a cross country runner.
Yeah.
I was good at that, and I used to get picked, for the sports day to do the running tournaments.
And
when I didn't want to.
Into schools cross country.
Yeah. I can't do that anymore. I've smoked too much tobacco over the years where I just I couldn't do that anymore. I'd have to.
Hey, I can't do that. The running wasn't my thing. Running used to be for me running from the cops. Now it runs to the cops.
Right.
Now I'm running to the scene.
Yeah.
Instead of running away from it.
Right.
That's the only time I run.
I've got to say, you people subscribe to my little tiny channel. And
I already am.
Are you?
Yeah, I met you a long time ago. You may not remember me, but I've met you a couple of times on a couple of different channels.
Oh, good lord.
I like your halo. Very nice. Who's that?
Thank you.
You people. We're just trying to work if you're American or not. My friend said yes, and I said yes, probably.
He's definitely American.
Yeah.
The
Yep,
flag
yep.
kind of gives it away. Yeah.
Yeah, the flag kind of gives it away. Yeah, I'm American. I live out in Arizona,
Whoa.
nice.
Mesa and all that. So I'm pretty sure you
He lives
guys have
in
heard of Mesa
Arizona.
Police Department out here.
Oh, yes. This will be bad.
I know people in New Mexico. Is that near there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's right next door.
Yep.
I thought so. Yeah. Lots of desert.
Yeah.
Lots of desert. You'd be surprised. It's like Arizona is like a weird state. You got like half desert and like half green. So directly, it like almost directly in the half. If you look at it in the map, if you cut Arizona in half, the whole top half is all like forest area and mountains, and you see a lot of green and a lot of pine trees and stuff. But then once you hit the south, it's all desert.
Whoa.
Mrs. J says, "Is it warm there?"
Not right now. Right now, it's probably only about. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. It's 70 degrees out. I mean,
70.
Fahrenheit. 70 degrees
Is
out
it-
Fahrenheit.
She might mean like, do you get really hot weather there at times?
In the summertime, we do. We can
Yeah.
jump up to about 120 degrees in the summertime.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow.
It can get that way
Yeah.
too sometimes here.
120 degrees.
Yeah, it has jumped up that high before, and
Yeah.
even and when you throw the heat index, because we got versus where he lives, we got so much more humidity. It just seems even hotter. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because it's like I mean, you can be you can walk outside from inside, and it's like you're hitting a wall of humidity and heat, and it's like you can feel it as soon as you walk out the door. But that's the difference between him where he's at. He's got that drier. It's more drier type of weather.
Yeah, we have that.
No,
We have that.
freezing.
We have that. You open the oven just after it's preheated, and all that heat hits you in the face. That's the heat that we got when you open up your door.
Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I used to live in New Mexico at one time. I used to live in Santa Fe
Oh.
and
Wow,
Espanola,
nice
a few other places.
Hello, Sean.
You all right, Miss? You all right? I can hear somebody coughing in the background. I was just.
Bron Leah says 8 degrees below freezing where he is. Wow.
Wow.
That's cold.
There's a
That's
huge
Celsius.
difference, but there's a huge storm that's coming down and rolling through. That's why we're so warm, because it's pulled up the warm air. There's now a storm that's running down, and it's supposed to hit all the way down into the southern half of the country and bring snow, which it never gets snow down there. So we've got a weird storm system rolling through right now.
Yeah, I actually, it's actually the sun is going down. It's about almost 5:30 in the evening, and it's dropped down to like 50, 56, I think that degrees. And it's supposed to drop like down to the 40s and maybe even the 30s for the next couple of nights. We've got a huge cold front coming down from
Yep.
some of them damn Canadians are pushing down their cold weather.
They turned all their fans on
Yeah,
at the same time.
exactly. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna have to get out there in the yard with a leaf blower and blow it back up to them. Yeah.
The UK at the summer is unbearable nowadays. Well, it's getting that way here. I want to get the hell out of Phoenix. I'm tired of the heat out here during the summertime. It's nice during the winter, but during the summer, last summer, I think the majority of the summer we were up in the hundreds. We didn't drop down. Hell, we were at like 103 degrees at night, 12 o'clock at night. That's how hot it was out here.
Wow. We're at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment.
Wow, that's cold. That's still cold. That's so cold right now. Yeah.
Well, to us it's not. It's actually quite warm.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, was it 47 degrees over there? That's what Miss J was saying. That's just it gets below 60 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm shivering. I'm putting on layers of clothes. I'm turning on the heat. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm doing like,
All right.
I'm
All right,
cold.
so to give you
Okay.
guys an idea of what the difference is here in Arizona. So it's 70 degrees where I'm at now, right? But 2 hours away, maybe an hour and a half away north of me is 43 degrees.
Oh yeah.
That's more normal.
That's more normal. But I mean, that's the kind of range that we have out here in Arizona. I mean, you can go from like 70 degrees, drive an hour and a half, and you're in 43-degree weather.
Yeah, that's what I did notice about where I was at in New Mexico. It's like you can drive 10 miles and it's like a whole different or less. It's a whole different landscape. It could be like flat plains or rolly hills or I wouldn't call them mountains, but it's just different types of landscape and stuff like every few miles away,
Right.
because like I said, I lived in New Mexico in Santa Fe and Espanola and around that area, or Ruidoso, Capitan.
If
Um,
you guys would like a couple of videos, like my wife is starting to get into videos of the pictures that she's taken from around Arizona. I'll post her link and you guys can go check it out. So that way you
Yeah,
guys can see some of
man.
the
Do,
sights
man.
of Arizona.
Now,
oh yeah,
the weird thing is, in Britain, you've got Cat, who is 30, less than 30 miles up the road from me.
yeah.
Then you've got, this is the weird thing about Britain, about the UK. You basically travel 40 miles, 30 miles, and you get a completely different accent. Like if I was to drive 35 miles down the A580, I run into Liverpool. And Liverpoolians, they don't speak like me. They'll say things like, I want some dinner. I need some jack bit. And honestly, the diversity of accents in the UK is seriously frightening. Then we go 45 to 50 miles to the
Hold on.
east of me. Sorry?
No, I'm telling my son to hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And honestly, the accents are just because then you run into, if you go, like I said, 45 mile east of Manchester, you run into the Geordie territory. Well, a bit, not quite Geordie. Geordie's a bit further north too. You run into totally different accents again. If you go towards Birmingham, which is about 18 mile away, the Brummies speak so different.
Yeah,
That sounds more Scouse, Tony.
Sorry, I'm sorry. But honestly, the diversity of accents in the UK is massively alarming. It's like,
and it's such a small island too. It's like
oh,
I
it's
mean,
tiny. We really are tiny.
well,
We
I
We
started
are.
are.
thinking about it. It's like it's actually I mean, it takes me longer from to one end of Florida, from the top end of Florida where I'm at, down to the southern. It takes me longer to get from one end to the other than it does for you all to get from one end of the island to the other. It's wild, and that's just in one state. You know what I mean? And
Well,
and
we're 400 miles from the north of Scotland down to Cornwall. 400 miles. That's our entire length.
oh, right. Do you want me to post that in the public chat there, you people?
I already posted it in public. I
Okay.
posted it in private for the people on the panel.
Okay.
So that
Right
way
on.
they can go to it.
Okay.
Now, I've
Cool.
got to say, you're saying that you lived in New Mexico. I've been to Mexico,
Yeah.
Cancun Peninsula. I think it's 7 times now. in the past 10 years, past 2 years, written off because of the sea.
Yeah.
But I absolutely love the place. I really do like Mexico. People are friendly. They all understand British. They all understand the English accent, which I've got to say is pretty amazing considering I speak extreme north accent.
Right.
But
Well,
yeah,
I tell you this: the landscape and all that stuff. The country itself it's a really beautiful area. I can tell you that. I know
yes, it
that
is.
much. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't been
Um,
there myself, but I've seen a lot of pictures and I've talked to people.
Oh, it's gorgeous, man. Well, I used to go to, or I have been in the past, and I'll probably go this year, the Riviera Maya, which is beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Hello,
Well,
popcorn.
next time you go out there, you should document it and then post it up on YouTube for people.
I will do. Well, this is the difference. I've now got into YouTube more, so I do a podcast
I'm going to be
nearly daily. It will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. And, I just like, okay, I'll be really honest. I just like to talk a lot. Can't
I feel you. I'm on a lot of panels, and then when I do my own panels, they usually run for like anywhere between 8 and 12 hours. So I love to
Hello,
talk.
Mrs. J.
Yeah, it's hard for you, Tony, to get a word edgewise sometimes, man, in other people's channels. It's like
Yes,
everybody keeps on wanting to, they end up talking not necessarily over you, but it's hard for you to get a word edgewise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yes,
I've
it's
noticed that.
very true. I'm not
It
forced,
says so patiently,
Right.
doesn't it?
Right.
I'm just a laid back, sort of like nice person. So
I thought of changing my name to when I come on your panel, Tony, to just a people person.
alas.
No, just a people person.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I met somebody tonight who he changed his name to I'm just Ben.
I did. I saw that. Yeah, that was funny.
And that's, but that's all I want to put across that, I'm just a bloke, just like you, just a lass. We're all just people.
Excuse me. See you, James.
I'm just a bloke.
Oh,
I'm a Manchester bloke.
Yeah.
right. Hey, that's my whole thing is I'm just a person. I fuck up just as much as the normal person. I am nowhere like perfect, and I like to show that I'm nowhere perfect.
That's a good name. Yeah. I'm just a person. That'd be a
Yep.
good name.
And
Or I'm just human. I'm
yep.
only human.
I love it,
And
Miss
that's
G.
why I'm just a bloke.
Yep. Miss J over there, talking about me hearties, scallywags. That's
Miss
right.
J is saying,
Beatings will continue until morale improves. Walking the plank. Yeah. That's like good. That's what you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to. You have to get that pirate voice when you get your boat, Kathy.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
You're gonna have to get that pirate voice going.
Mrs. J. Lol. I'm just a stoner. Yeah, I'll make Crinky walk that plank.
That's right.
See, that's a great name. I'm just a stoner.
You're just a star.
Stoner.
Stoner.
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm just a stoner.
I'm just a jealous guy.
I'm just a stoner.
Isn't it landlubbers, SG? It's supposed to be landlubbers.
Yeah.
Oh, my Louise.
So, Annika, can you
Yes,
just
sir.
ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
What's the rig you're using there?
It's the name brand is Striker. It's a SR955. It's technically marketed as a 10-meter amateur radio, like a 10-meter ham radio.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
what that is.
All right, that's what it's marketed for, and it brand new. I can't get to the CB bandwidth because that's 11 meters, and so when I got this, you have to modify it. I have to do a slight modification. I have to take a resistor off of the circuit board, and that'll open up the frequency range, so I can get to 11 meters. So right now, the way I've expanded the frequency range to the point where I got 10 meters, 11 meters, and 12 meters on this thing.
Whoa.
So I've got
Nice. Well,
yeah. So I've got a pretty
You shouldn't say that. You shouldn't
Yeah.
say that on camera. You shouldn't
Yeah,
say
screw
that
it.
on camera.
yeah. Screw it. I don't care. But yeah.
Because the FCC could come down on him for changing it because
Nah,
it's
fuck
supposed
'em.
to be a CB and he's going into ham radio.
No, I got the ability to go over there. I do all my
He
talking on
says, "I
CB.
got the ability."
Yeah, I have the
supposedly."
ability. I have the option to do it, but I don't really talk on ham radio. I mean, I can if I want. I don't really recognize the FCC authority. Period. I don't care what they say. I'm like, the FCC has no authority. I don't recognize their so-called authority. I mean, honestly, the way I see it, I am a pirate radio at heart, and I've always been that way all my life.
Damn right.
And the thing is, man, see, the FCC, this is an appointed agency by the president. It is not elected. It's not anything that the people even wanted. So this is, and it's appointed by the president and controlled by the president, all that shit. So, and honestly, man, the FCC also, that's another thing too. Nowadays, majority of what they really pay attention to is like big broadcast television radio
Yep.
stations, and that's about really all they.
Hold on. Not you, eh?
Hold on, my dogs are going crazy for some reason. I don't know why.
You got visitors, maybe?
I don't know. Let me. I'm gonna take you guys for a little walk outside and see what's going on.
Hello, wandering hippie.
it's hippie auditor.
Yeah, wandering hippie. All right. I didn't see
My
him.
mate, he's I've talked to him for the past 5-6 months.
Let's see what's going on out here. What are you guys
When you say
barking?
that, just shout or scream, and we'll call the cops here.
I don't know.
Where's MA, wandering hippie?
He's in just off the coast of New York. It's a weird little island that just runs off the coast of New York.
All right.
Oh wow! I know.
All right.
I know.
Sorry about that.
Because there's a
I know-
couple
Sorry
of
about that,
islands, isn't there, in New York where nobody lives on them, an abandoned island.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
I didn't discover about that till not that long ago, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's again, it's the geometry of the US is very weird to us because we occupy this
Okay, God.
tiny green dot, whereas the US is vast, it's huge.
Oh yeah.
It's also like split up into 3 countries, being sort of like, Mexico. But I think Mexico's classed still as semi-US. I don't know. Got Canada, a big vast bit in the centre.
Sorry. I wasn't talking.
I got this. I know you guys can't see it, but
There's nothing
There's
like
a couple. There has been a couple of planes that went by here really low, and they've left this big, huge contrail behind them. And it's not a chemtrail. I mean, it's not a contrail. It's a chemtrail, because these are lingering. See, the chemtrails, they stick around. The contrails, they disappear pretty much right as the plane goes by. It pretty much disappears right after. But there's like two big fat contrails or chemtrail type things right here in the
What
sky
are they
right now.
buying chemtrails for?
Start.
Loss reduction?
I don't know, weather modification, I guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but it was crazy too. I heard it earlier, and that's where that was one of the reasons why I came outside, because the dogs were going nuts when it went by. But
That
that's
must have been quite a low flight as well.
oh yeah, that's the sunset over here. You know, let me throw that up there and see if I can get it up there.
God, our sunset happened at 4 p.m. UK time, so it was around about.
Yeah, it's about
No,
it's about
bit later.
5:30 here.
Oh, independent. That wasn't glass. Those were puzzles. That wasn't glass. So these here. Let's see if I can shine a little bit better light on it. These here, even though they're all dusty and they need to be cleaned up, are puzzles. You can put these together.
Oh wow. What is it made out of though?
Plastic.
Is it?
Make.
Oh, okay, plastic.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's plastic. And they come like, some of these have like really big pieces. Like his legs are 2 pieces that are stuck together, but like his whole body is a bunch of little pieces that you have to put together. It's like a 3D puzzle. And all of that stuff up there is all 3D puzzle, from my bell to my Aladdin to my ship to my, I mean, I got Snoopy. Yeah,
Just
Snoopy on
having
a,
guys.
you know. I got a horse, just a random horse. That's like my relax, even though it pisses me off, because they're somewhat difficult.
Wondering,
Depends on the
Hippie,
level that you get.
you can come up if you want. I've got the thing. Oh, that
Yeah,
reminds me. I got to pin the link. I totally forgot
Yeah,
to pin
you got
the
to
link.
pin the link.
I totally forgot. Hold on a second. Here, I'll throw it in there in the chat, and I'll pin it. I totally thought I forgot I did that, because I started with just listening to the radio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Forgot.
this is my own little shack. I've got my owl collection up here, different statues and stuff of owls. Not a bad little spot, even though it's a water heater room.
No.
And I have plenty of fresh air when I do this, because it leads right outside. So, I mean, I got plenty of fresh air. At night, it's great to just sit out here and have the door open, listen to everything out there.
I've really got to tell you, Annika, you're serious getting invaded by the UK.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, it's Purple Spliff. What's up?
Purple Spliff then.
Hey, everybody.
I'm
Hey,
just
Andy.
a book. Somebody took your idea.
Oh, look at that. I got Miss J.
Miss J's back in.
All right.
Hi, Miss J. It's
Hey.
great to meet you up here. I was in here last night while you were in here.
Hello.
Oh, crap.
Hello,
I'll pull up
Miss
now. So,
Who's
hold
that
on.
at the
Wait,
bottom?
no, wait a minute. I'll see if I can get him. Oh, no, I can only have 6 in here. Okay.
I'll drop
That's
down for Hippie. I'll drop down
Alright.
for Hippie. Independent. I'll catch up with you in
sorry.
a minute. I'll be lurking, and I'll catch up with you in a minute. Hippie wanted to come up and talk to Wingnut for a minute. And
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
more
yeah.
than willing to step down for him. So
All right.
I'll be back. I'll be lurking. I'll be in the chat.
He'll be in his
Great.
shed.
There we go.
I wasn't going to be long. I just wanted to show you people's roach clip that he had sent me a long time ago.
Right on. That's awesome.
Cool.
It's got a cool hanging. And also wanted to commend you people for offering me his 2,000 subscriber channel when I lost my channel. Not many people out there that would do that, and it was a legitimate offer. He was standing there in front of a whole panel, and I just always, every time I see him, I think about that and how commendable that was to do. So I just
Yeah.
wanted everybody to know that he's an amazing dude, and he makes cool roach clips on top of it.
Yep. Yeah.
He showed a whole set of My Little Pony roach clips that I totally want.
Oh,
As a
really?
child of the 80s. Yeah.
Hickey,
I
it's
used to,
just nice to see you again twice in 2 days.
I've seen
Right? Well, I've been kind of laying low a little bit, but I'm
How are
slowly
you,
coming out of my
hippie? How
shell.
are you now?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was on Film Boy today. I was on Gypsy Auditor yesterday for
Oh,
about
yeah.
5 hours. So back seeing
Wow.
everybody. I talked to Bear Britton Audits today. He said he's
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
he said he's gonna start putting out my my information, trying to help me get back up there again. And
Yeah.
None Your Business also said he was gonna promote the hell out of me. So I thought, Jesus Christ,
Oh,
you guys are all
nice.
too kind.
Nanya, what a bloke.
Yeah,
He is a nice
he's a
guy.
great dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was good to be back on all the British panels again, and
Oh, there you go.
welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love it when it comes down to me. I love it international because I mean, you know, I get so tired of just listening to what's all in my little bubble right over here. So that's why I like getting out there.
Yeah, they're under a lot different of a struggle than we are in America. You know, I mean, when they're out auditing, cops show up. They go in the cruiser right away for something called Code 43 if they feel like it's
Yeah.
a terrorism act, which is
Terrorism.
crazy. You know.
Yeah.
Well, it's headed our way soon, I think.
Oh yeah, it's already here. I would say. I mean, the control is ridiculous.
Hippie,
Yeah,
what state are you in?
Massachusetts.
Okay. I'm in Washington. I'm in the Seattle area. So we're really feeling that pressure right now.
Are you?
Oh yeah, they have
man.
a bill out right now that's been filed that would make it legal. It would change the law so that they could involuntarily detain anyone who's unjabbed, 5 years and
Sure.
older.
Yeah, and then now you're starting to see all over Facebook and YouTube commercials about the little chip that you can put in your hand right here. So you don't have to carry your card around with you.
well,
Or a tattoo.
yeah, there's other means where you don't even need that little chip. This thing's called hydrogel. It looks like a Band-Aid or a sticker, and it's got like little micro needles on it, and it actually it'll inject the nanobots into your body anyway. That's also acts as that like a chip in a sense, and that'll
It
and that.
also
Yeah, that can be done with a syringe. That could be done with the hydrogel. It could be done like you're talking about. It could be done many different ways at the moment, and the technology is craziness.
It also has something in it called luciferase, which is like a bioluminescence that you actually can see in fish. At least here in the States, they have those little tetra fish.
Yeah,
Those are GMOs that have been modified with luciferase, and so it would be able to be scanned, and people would be identified that way as well.
yeah.
Do you have any links for that? I can
It's
look at what you're saying there.
I could find some. I'll try to find some.
Thank you.
Mrs.
no
J, Mrs. J, if you happen to look up anything like on hydrogel or the dancing hydrogel or something like that, these are some of the things I was talking about when it comes down to like some of the microtech or everyone you want to call it.
Dancing hydrogel. Okay, I'll have a look.
But this is this stuff that supposedly
Oh my
when it comes
goodness.
down to
Okay,
some of the new technology and stuff like that when it comes down to RMNA, the mRNA and mDNA type technology. So, and this can be remotely controlled. Now
Okay, yeah.
you can. I mean, now for
Yeah, keep
instance,
that.
their marketing ploy is to help like the elderly and stuff like that. Like say that
Mm.
you are diabetic and you need insulin shots all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our body can naturally produce this stuff also, but you know, when most people they just can't produce it, so that's why they need to get the shot. Well, this the tech that they're producing, it could, you know, they put it in the body. It can duplicate and go all over the body. It can also, you know, like with an app on your phone, you can control it to the point where that tech will actually release the insulin in your body
Mm.
via that, you know, an app on your phone. And also that, you know, that's not going to be the only way. It can be remotely controlled, not just through that app, but you know, whoever has control of the app also can control it. But this is one of those things, to me, is scary because it could, you know, it's possible that like for instance you're like a depressed or manic depressive or something like that, and you know, like, you know, and they you know, you get medication for that instead of the medication taking orally or whatever. You can do it through the biotech. And but then it comes down to like, well, who's going to really control that? I mean, you know, I mean, it could control it to the point, somebody can control it to the point where, like, you know, next thing you know, you're releasing chemicals in your body where you're depressed or you're happy or angry, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really
Tapping into your adrenal gland.
right. It's just, it's really,
Okay, yeah.
this is new game changer type technology. Some of the
Yeah.
stuff, some of the stuff that we took when we were kids, like in school, is
Oh, it's been silenced.
Just dropped.
You just love YouTube. It does it to me all the time.
Yes,
The
YouTube don't like him.
say again, Tony.
I guess YouTube don't like him.
Yeah, they've told him off.
That's
Stop
crazy.
talking. Stop talking. Don't mention the words. You know the rules.
Well,
Yeah.
the mad thing is, I've stopped saying the C word, if you know what I mean, because
Indeed.
they are. I've seen them jump on so many channels just because they've said the C word, and what
Yeah.
the fuck?
Oh, he
Now I've
dropped.
got to also say, independent and the United, you're near Seattle, you say?
Yes, I am.
I've worked in Seattle, wetter than Manchester in the UK, and smells of fish.
Oh yeah, it does
Uh,
sometimes.
Really independent. I didn't see your name till just then.
but I've also worked in
I
New
just want to.
York.
I talk about this shit all the time, but the sad part is I'm on their team. You know, I'm always showing my vaccination card. You know, unfortunately, I had really not much choice in my selection of getting vaccinated, and I think because of that, I don't get any harassment by YouTube. Just 2 nights ago, we talked until 5 in the morning about hydrogen peroxide stuff and all these different things they supposedly put in the jibby jabby, and I don't know.
That's funny. That's funny. My damn internet and my everything, cell signal, everything just dropped. That's
Funny that.
Right? Yeah.
Just
right in the middle
honestly,
of.
yeah. Honestly,
There,
Wingnut,
it's
you couldn't
craziness.
make it up, could you? It
I
happens
know.
to me all
I
the
know it.
time.
I know it, man. It's
All
like
the time.
right in those certain. I
Yeah.
mean, it's so crazy. It happens. It happens. I've been on. I haven't even. I wasn't even on my own stream. I was on other people's streams,
Yeah.
and the conversation was just right at some of those moments. And sure enough, man, my internet and everything would just drop down, and I have to
Mine did
like
it
restart
today,
my
didn't it?
phone and everything. Yeah.
Mine did it. Mine did it earlier on. Mine did the same
Yeah.
thing earlier on, and I was on G Love's stream last night just to say goodnight, and nobody on the panel could see anything that I'd written, anything I'd said, but you could on the chat, but you couldn't
Right.
on StreamYard. It was like, this woman doesn't exist. Do not listen to a word she says. She's a complete nut job conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mrs.
Crazy
J,
kids.
I put a link in the private chat to my
Oh,
Telegram, and I just shared some things in there. My
Mhm.
Telegram is not my main channel. That's kind of my Dropbox for where I put all things I want to store away and come back to look at later.
thank you.
Yeah.
I will just pop that in there now.
What you
Yeah,
drinking?
Sean Stryker. That's pretty true. Probably Sean Stryker, because my cell signal, everything dropped out at the same time. I had to, like I said, I had to restart the phone just to get everything to pop back up. It's weird. I've actually had it happen 5 times in a row. It was like boom, back to back. Like for evidently, it's like they're trying to cut her tongue out in one way or another, and so they're really scared about what we're going to tell and what we're going to say. We must be getting close to the truth, man, for real. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Totally.
Did you see Brand's comments?
Did you ask what I was drinking?
I did, yeah.
It's gin and sugar-free, raspberry tonic.
Is it good?
Oh yeah.
I
Do
had
you know
some
what?
orange on Wednesday, Tony.
Mm.
For the first time.
Oh,
Orange.
sounds
And it was
good.
lovely, actually flavoured orange, yeah.
Thank you, you people. Hey, listen, Wingnut, I'm not feeling too good today. I just came up because I saw you people showing off his stuff, so I wanted to come up and talk some love to you people, because he really treated me right, man. So
Cuddles,
I might be
hugs.
going to the hospital. I'm not feeling too good. I got chest pains. It
Oh,
sucks.
no.
Dude,
55
All right.
with chest pains. That's not my favorite
go
thing to
and
think about.
get yourself sorted.
No
Yeah,
worries.
get
No worries.
yourself fixed, man.
But you people, have a great one, and I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, I
One
appreciate
love.
you. I appreciate
Nice to
you
meet
coming
you,
up.
Hippie.
Thank you, Wingnut. Tony
Yeah.
B, good seeing you again. Mrs. J, good seeing you.
Mwah.
Independent Manny, I don't think I've met you before, but nice to meet you. And,
Yeah, nice to meet you as
Kathy
well.
You guys have a great stream.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you.
One
Take
love.
it easy. Take it easy, Eppa.
Oh, I hope he's all right.
I hope he's all right. Like I
That's
said,
what
been speaking
and I
to
live
him
with Todd
past
in
6
the 3
months.
days. He's been very poorly, and he was getting chest pains. But he stopped taking his warfarin a few months ago, unbeknown to me. But he's been a lot better today, and he's gone to work, and he's come home and he's just crashed in the chair.
Hmm.
But I kept saying, phone the doctor, but you know what men are like, they won't do it. Well, some men don't.
I'm just as bad.
Me
Believe
too.
it
Oh,
or
you
not.
people's back up.
Yeah, I told you I was just stepping down for
Yeah,
Hippie.
hello.
Thank you, Hippie. I appreciate that, my friend. I really do. Thank you for all the kind words. Go get yourself checked out, brother. I hope
Yeah,
you're
isn't it?
better.
Believe
Yeah.
it or not, as soon as I get an ailment, I will go and check out, because I'm classed as clinically vulnerable. So I've got a calcified pancreas. I've been in 2 car accidents. One that when I was 26, 25, just turned 26, turned 26 in hospital after Christmas, which I also spent in hospital. And I'm fucked. I really am. So I do go and search medical advice as often as possible, because I'm 56
Don't you?
now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. I'm just like, I'm fucked thanks to the medical fuck ups. So
Yeah.
I'm now at the point where I'm just like, no, I won't go now. I'd rather just be at home.
I'm like that. I just look it up
Yeah.
online and just see what happens.
I don't even do that. I don't even bother doing that. Like, they fucked me over so badly that I'm still angry about it. So I
Yeah.
have to. Yeah, I will. I mean, you know, I'm now obviously with the convid that we're dealing with at the moment. The whole, you know, the area has cancelled all their hospital stuff here, so I can't go and see anybody for the next stage of what's wrong with me again. So it's been 2 years, and now it's going to be another year before I see the spinal specialist because of this. They've just cancelled everything because of apparently
did you see
people
that
being
interview?
vaccinated.
About 2 days ago, I think it was, the interview with the doctor that was refusing to get vaccinated because he doesn't believe, you know, it should be mandatory. And there's about 40,000, I think, NHS workers that are feeling like that. So they'll be all out of a job soon.
Which is why I haven't probably been able to see somebody, because there's so many people who are either self-isolating or about to leave their job. They're the people that keep the everyday people going. And of course, me being able to see people like the spinal specialist, I'm not going to be able to do because there's not anybody there to look after me, if that, you know, and do it all, because they're all. So it's a weird space to be in. It's a weird, it's a weird space for me because I have to live with it and live with their choices and everything. And it's it's like weird. It's like I'm almost okay about it. The fact that I'm laid up most days and I go for my walk and then I come home again is my life at the moment. But that I'm kind of okay with it because I'm supportive of the people not being nearly wingnut. Really?
It's so hard not to say those words, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, you can come up with like different words for it or whatever. It doesn't matter to me on that end of it too. Because I mean, I know some people that call it the candy bar. I know some people call it the Big Mac. You know what I mean? I call it the boogeyman. You know what I mean? Because it's like an invisible boogeyman that they're going after. You know.
Yeah.
So I mean, generally people know what we're talking about. But that's the thing too. It's like those subjects, man. When I start getting, real, and I happen to mention like certain actual names of things, like I was talking about the hydrogel and stuff. See, these are the things that, see, this is part of the information that I was trying to get out to a lot of people at one time. I've actually had a bunch of my videos on my channel deleted by YouTube because evidently they called it disinformation. But no, this is what this is exactly what's going on. I mean, that's the reason why even your doctors cannot tell you exactly the ingredients inside this stuff because the companies that are making it aren't telling them. All right. The companies aren't telling the doctors exactly what's in it. So the doctors couldn't even tell you positively what's in the exact ingredients. All right. And then, like I said, it's like the technology that they're using now is game changer stuff. This is like brand new experimental stuff. All right. This is not, the human species has never been exposed to this kind of stuff ever before. So this is all. Yeah, I know. But I mean, previously to now, never ever before. So I mean, it's like it's a big deal. And
none of us. I mean, obviously, we have the difference in the NHS and what the private healthcare, etc.
Yeah, the CDC.
We insured. If you've had that vaccination and it fucks you over, you're not insured.
Well, that's the thing here. Here in America, they've gotten immunity. All right, the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson, and I don't give a shit if they try and knock me off again. But anyway, they are now immune. You cannot if you got sick or you even die, you cannot sue those companies for damages.
That's right.
All right, and also the FDA, who will approve it for the public consumption, you cannot sue them for damages if you get sick.
That's right.
And it's like, I think the same thing over there when it comes down to the NHS and then the companies over there also. They've claimed themselves immune from this, and that should bring up red flags on a lot of people's eyes. You know what I mean? Because I mean, how would you? I mean, if like, and this is another thing too. It's like all the different side effects that come along with all this stuff too that people aren't really talking about. This is a big deal also because a lot of people, like I had an aunt of mine that 2 weeks after she got hers, she was like ended up going into like these convulsion type fits and stuff. All right, and the ambulance had to come and take her off, but the doctors they classified it as a panic attack. All right, she's 50 something years old, never had anything like that in her life, but 2 weeks after she gets the thing, this happens. All right. Yeah, and the doctors won't even say that it is what it was. They claim it was a panic attack is what they called it, which that to me is crap, in my opinion. And I don't know. And then on top of that, because it's experimental, is the long-term effects that nobody knows anything about. You know, because it's like, okay, here in America, the on a normal basis in the past, when it comes down to putting out these V's, all right, it took a minimum of 5 years of all the trial testing through animal trials and blah 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 and all that stuff. It took a minimum of 5 years before they would even consider it somewhat safe for public consumption. All right, now this stuff rolled out in less than a year. All right, that should really, really say something. And but I don't know. It, like I said,
isn't it wild that so many people aren't even seeming to question that, though?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know.
It's just.
I think also. I mean, I'd like to say that there are more people than you think. And it's really important that we share that with each other and say,
yeah,
the people are waking up. I mean, the fact that my dad's woken up, he's a bloody vicar. So,
right. Wow.
So dad's woken up and my mum hasn't.
Well, I mean, so that, it is somewhat recently. Okay.
He's not in a good space with it. It's not, he's done his head in completely. But my friends who are both double jabbed have woken up. And what I've done is I've given them my YouTube channel on their television. So for like now, they know that if they were to go onto their YouTube, they'd see me doing stuff. I've got it set up that it's me on their YouTube. So they can look at all of my saved stuff, look at all of what I'm talking about, all about what's being, what I'm saving for people to view, and also for myself to view, for those people, because it's mind blowing for them. They've just getting their head around what's just happened to them, and we have to give these people credit that it's happening. That's 3 people. I've just mentioned there, and if we've all got 3 people that we're doing this for,
yes, if you can help just one person, it would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. This is another thing too. I'll show you a couple of different things here. Let me see here. Now, I don't really have a lot on this other phone of mine, but I've got a few screenshots of different things. Now, this is, let's see if I can get this closer here. This was from the congress.gov website. Now, this is the thing is called HR 6666. It's a COVID-19 testing, research, contact tracing. This is that's the number for that, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah.
And then hold on. Let me see if I can find the other one too. There's another one. Oh yeah, this is another one. This is a patent that was filed by Bill Gates. It's an international patent number. Now this is the number right here. If I can zoom in on it, this is the number. Does that look odd to you? It's 2020-06-06-06. That's the
Yes, I've
patent
seen
number.
that before. Yeah, I've
All right.
seen that.
Now,
Yeah.
yeah, this is using it's what it is it's part of the biotech that I was talking about, where they can use your body as a
Ha they've done it
Oh,
again.
Oh,
Love
not
no.
it.
again.
Are you
Fucking brilliant,
kidding?
man. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
Cut
So
again.
Hi,
basically,
MC Girl. How are you, MC Girl? Moonchild?
Cut
Have
again.
any of you heard of Dr. David Martin? He's gone back and looked at all of the patents that are connected to the boogeyman, and you can draw a lot of information from who has patents and what they're for, and when they were filed, and how long they knew that this was going to happen.
Mm.
Dr.
Wow.
David Martin, gives a lot of
I
really
might
great
have
information.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he on YouTube?
Yes. I
oh
think he's
yeah,
mostly
bow tie
on.
man. He's got a bow tie all the time.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, looks like we not
I've
dropped
listened
out.
to that many doctors
be
in the
back.
last 2
He got
years.
cut for
who've tried.
misinformation.
Yeah.
He knew too much, so they had to shut him down.
Yeah.
Well, this is what they do.
It is.
Yeah. And that's, I just spotted something from Bran. Hi, Bran. Hello, sweet pea. We are, we're the ones that aren't hypnotized, so we've got to show the people that are being hypnotized that it's all fake, everything that you see.
Hey,
David
there's Dr. Otto.
Martin.
I don't know if you saw
Dr.
Moonchild's comment
Otto.
earlier, but she was talking about the number of miscarriages that have occurred and how that's little talked about.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I am sad to say that the feedback I'm getting regarding this is that stillborns have gone up 60-fold.
Wow.
60-fold. Now, whether that is, when I was reading that, it's one of those ones that I haven't actually checked and confirmed yet because I'm still processing that. Because that's fucking horrendous.
And it's supposed to affect women's cycles as well.
Yeah.
These fucking cunt. They're fucking with my gut. Dude, seriously.
How do you say it, Wingnut?
The fucking cunt. Yeah.
Thank you, NC Girl.
Now I could get nasty about it. I'm telling you, man. It's just like it's so right on the money. Every time I try to get really out there and real about it and share information that is actually important, they want to shut me down.
Absolutely, every time.
Every single
you
time.
have to do it in the code. If you don't do it in code, we're fucked.
I know. I'm working on it. I'm working on how I can do that, but actually get it out there where people can, for instance, I don't know how I'm going to do it yet. I'm working on ways.
We're going to do we'll do a Skype, my lovely, and we'll interview it and then we'll get it on the website. And so you can say what you need to say.
Yes, sir.
I'm doing one all right there.
Say that again, Tony.
I'm doing one. I'm in bed. I'm going.
Oh, you have to bed now.
Okay, Tony. Well, you have.
Afternoon, then.
Hey, much love to you, Tony. I appreciate you coming by, man.
Take it easy. Remember?
Nice to meet you, Tony.
UK time.
Yeah. Hey, take care of yourself, sir.
Okay, I'll see you there. I'll be there. You're too near to me. You'll hunt me down, won't you?
Mrs. J, wicked. Independent, Men United. You've spoken some brilliant words, and of course, Wingnut, our host. Look after yourself, guys. We'll talk soon.
Nice to meet you, Tony.
Sleep well.
Bye, lovely.
You people are just teasing me with those right now. They're so cute.
What's that?
These are what the Americans do with their joint smoking. It's so weird.
What are you? I missed
To
that.
be
Damn,
honest,
damn
I've never had
Americans,
one.
you guys are so soft. You guys don't fucking burn your fingertips like we do, pussies.
No, because we
To be
use a
honest,
bigger roach.
Yeah,
I've
I just
never used one, but I want one
just
just because they're so cute.
Look
yeah,
at
I
him
just
with his scissors
feel
there. Look, it's
these
so
are these are
funny.
hemostats. These are hemostats. Yeah, these are like
Oh my
I got a
god,
medical.
pair of hemostats. I just don't. Yeah, I just that it's hard to make roach
such a
clips
weird
out
way
of
to smoke.
hemostats.
I used to get these things at flea markets and stuff. And have you ever seen like hair wraps? Where like a little strand of hair and you can wrap it with thread and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I used to do that same process with the handles at one time. I would wrap different colored thread all the way around the handles and stuff, and that's what I would sell them at. But I haven't done that in years. But I used to buy these things all the time from there's a place it's like a car boot sale type of thing, but it's like a flea market, or what we call them here. And they had this one booth that this guy that he sold all kinds of medical equipment, and I used to get a bunch of these for cheap at one time.
Just make a bigger fucking roach. You know what I mean?
Easy solution. I like it.
So
Me
much
personally,
easier.
yeah, I mean, me personally, I'll use mine, but I smoke out of a bowl most of the time. See, like for me personally, this is what I made this a long time ago, but this is my my peace pipe that I made, and that's what I use.
Yeah, that's quite groovy. I've got
I like that.
I've got a rose quartz pipe.
Yeah.
And it's like a wand, but it's made out
Right.
of pure rose quartz. It's very heavy.
Wow.
And I love it. Yeah, so it cools it down because the stone is all, yeah, so it
No,
cools it
that's
down when I
neat.
smoke it. Yeah, and then it's got a little hole on the side. Yeah, so I did put a little nugget of loveliness in it and
Yeah.
puff away.
Was that the first time you met Tony, Mrs.?
Me?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I've spoken to Tony a number of times.
I thought I heard somebody say nice to meet you. Was that you people saying that?
That
Oh,
might
no,
have been
Independent.
Oh, it might
independent.
have been me. Yeah, I hadn't met
Independent.
Tony before. Mm-mm.
Yeah, Tony's lovely, yeah.
I'm subbed to
Yeah.
his channel now, so I'll go check him out.
Yeah, he
Just
just
doing
recently started doing
streams
some live
last
streaming. So
Saturday, yeah. It was his birthday on Saturday, and yeah, he went live for the first time.
That's awesome.
yeah, he's been bouncing around a lot of different streams beforehand. That's how I met him.
Yeah.
I think I met him over Elon SG's or
My birthday was Monday, so we're fellow Capricorns.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, happy birthday.
hello, Sean. How you doing today? Can you hear me?
Good, just trying to get the audio and the video synced, so bear with me.
Yeah, right on.
Sounding a little bit like Cher from 1997.
For a second there, it was kind of robot-y for a second there,
Do
Sean.
you believe
The
in
right-
love after love?
I was trying so hard not to.
I was just singing that myself. Mrs.
Yeah, well,
Joking.
Sean's getting that figured out. Sean came onto
So,
my
am
channel
I
and
5 by
came up.
5?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
He has so much information about common law, constitutional law.
Oh, you should meet Peter Piper, Peter Pickled Peppers. What's he called, Kathy?
Yeah, yeah.
Peter Pope.
Yeah, Peter Pope,
Yes,
and you
Peter
get Peter
Pope,
Pope and
yeah.
New Guru and a few others. There's a couple others, man. I met another
so
one. Yeah,
you guys all just went quiet on my feed. Can you hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you
Oh,
fine.
yeah. Hello.
Yep, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Huh.
Sean.
I don't think he
That's
can hear us.
Hello.
If you have
It
to,
was-
Sean, if you have to, you might
Not me.
drop. You can't hear us, can you? Can you hear us? Can you
Maybe
hear us,
right
Sean?
in the back. We can't hear him. Should we
Yeah.
do that?
I can
I'll
hear
do
you
that.
asking. The audio dropped. I noticed the live counter stalled and then blinked forward a few seconds. So Let me try to reboot the camera option. It should have
Go
me with
for
the
it.
light behind my head if this is working correctly. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and kill that, and that might be a way to trick the phone
you
into
hear?
working better.
Can you hear me?
I can
hate
hear the
trying to
lady,
connect
yes.
on my phone.
Wingnuts had to go again.
Yes, I
Oh,
Wing
no.
that.
can hear you.
Sean, can you hear us now?
Nikki.
Did you say? Oh, nope. Guess
Thanks,
I can hear you
Nikki.
guys now, and I hate it when my shorts gets twisted.
not.
No.
Spaceballs reference.
There's not many live tonight, is there?
We
No,
are.
not tonight.
We are, yeah, but there's not many others on. Strange for
Wow.
Friday. It's normally busy, isn't it?
I like the fact that there's not many people.
I know, because you just get to stay nice and cozy.
Not
while
having-
you're in-
and we're not having
Where you
that
are.
fucking knob cheese come in and ruin everything.
Do not say the name.
I am so
I'm not
glad that,
saying
well,
it.
yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. A damn Beetlejuice would come over. I don't want him finding me, you know.
Oh my god.
I'm so lucky in that aspect, man, because I
Am
don't.
I
He's,
dropping or am I dropping?
no,
Hello.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Audio dropped again.
Huh.
No,
That's
do you know the
weird.
person that I told you's been ill in the house? He took a COVID test yesterday because he was worried he might have that. And I'm like, don't do it, don't do it. He did it.
Who might have it?
Oh, sounds
Somebody
like
that's
dinner's
in-
here.
that I share my flat with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
yes, it
just
has
getting
it,
over
innit?
He's
it.
been really ill with chest pains, and
Oh,
he had
no.
like clots on his lungs 2 years ago. And
Any chance could be
and
regular seasonal cold?
Gotcha.
he stopped
You
taking
got to
them.
go to dinner there, you people? Is that what you're trying to
No,
say?
he didn't.
Yeah, the
have a
dinner bell
cold.
has just been rung. Come and get it.
All right.
No,
All
it
right.
wasn't cold. He had a burning. He was burning or not
Well-
Good to
eating
see you,
for 2
people.
Hey,
days.
feel free to come
And
back.
then-
You know, when you get done, I'm probably going to be here for a little while. So
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what's going on. I know the wife wants to do something, and then I might be going out with AZ Unfiltered later. I'm not sure.
oh,
I
right
haven't
on.
heard from
No
him,
worries
so-
then. Yeah.
But if not, I will definitely shoot back and bring all my friends here with me, and
Okay.
we'll have some fun.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Absolutely.
Take it
One
easy.
love to you.
Have a great night, guys.
All right.
Bye.
You too. Yeah, so it wasn't. He didn't have a cold. No, he was just burning up and had chest pains, and he thought he had pleurisy.
Oh God, he didn't Google it, did he?
No, he doesn't do that. No.
Oh, good.
No, he just wouldn't
Is
go
it-
phone the doctors, and like I say, he went back to work today and he did the test, so that was negative. So
He wouldn't be going to work if he had pleurisy. Let's put it that way.
no, I said it's probably just a chest infection.
Or it could be a cold.
Mhm.
He's not got
Yeah.
a cold though. He wasn't. He's not streaming. It was just he was just burning up and had chest pains.
Hey, Virginia. Good to see you out there, girl.
And not eating, really ill. Never seen him like that since he took ill 2 years ago. So,
Yeah, it's like I was trying to get out a lot of this information when it comes down to this crap, this new technology and all that stuff, man. It's wild, man. Like I said, I've had quite a few of my videos deleted by YouTube, and I even had some of them, man, that were up for about a year almost, and then recently got disinformations was their claim. I mean, that's what's so funny too. It's like, I even appealed it. I was like, listen, man, you guys have no evidence or proof that any of this information is false or disinformation. They just claim it is, and then they just delete everything. They haven't really given me any strikes or anything like that. They've just deleted my stuff.
Was the stream from last night deleted, or did you take it down?
Why? It should be up. I mean,
Is
it's
it
up.
there? Oh, maybe
It should be. It should be. I didn't delete it. I mean, as far as I know, it's. Let me double check. I think about it.
Yeah, I didn't see it there, but I'm not sure. Kathy, I have to say I'm really enjoying watching the aquarium.
Yeah, I
Is
often
that
have
on your
scenes
TV
like this
or
on
your
in the
computer?
background.
No, it's up. It's up,
Oh, it is
Indy. It's
there?
up.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's
That's
got
good.
music to it as well. It's music for, let's see, soothing music for nerves, healing music for the heart, relaxation music for the soul.
How about it, Sean? Can you hear us?
I can hear you now. I was about to type in the word back that I was in backstage so you guys can know. Kind of waving my fingers there. I don't know if that's coming in. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we
Go
got
ahead
you.
and go back to the civil peace flag.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to just drop in with you guys. You know, I'm listening, and later tonight I'll have my county general drill assembly meeting to moderate and all that. That's not really why I'm here. Kind of here, guys, because you know, the big bad AI algorithm is poking at us, and we're, you know, saying a few things that trigger it. And the sad part about this new world surveillance system is now we got to watch how we talk, lest we trigger a emotionless computer algorithm.
Yeah.
It uses that same technology as a closed caption or voice to text, and if we say the wrong magic word enough, it shuts us down.
Yeah.
We've
taken it.
relented control to a program. Is that sad or what?
Yeah, I mean, but see,
Yes, what's happening?
the AI is like the new arms race when it comes down to it. You know, like back in the day, it was nuclear weapons. Now it's AI, and there's many different countries that are trying to be the first to have control over it. You know, in a sense, the first, the one that can control the AI or has control over the AI will be the one that will control everything. And that's what they're racing for. And that, to me, when they're racing to actually gain this technology, they'll take shortcuts, and then next thing you know, all this other crap comes in.
Look
Am I muted?
I'm
Am I
gonna-
muted? No, I'm not.
No, we're
muted.
listening, sweetie.
Oh, okay. All right.
You made a
You're
great
not
point.
you're not used to us people being respectful when you talk, Wingnut.
I guess so.
No, Wingnuts on fire. And I want to use a pop culture analogy, just a simple pop culture analogy. If you guys remember years ago, Star Trek The Next Generation, we had a character named Data, right? Everybody loves Data.
Yeah.
But remember, he had an evil brother named Lore that was made first. You know, there's the AI that's evil, that's the predecessor.
Right.
So that's kind of a thought there, is like, are the people, you know, Gene Roddenberry was tied to the different left-leaning people in Hollywood. Were they telling us that the AI has to be evil first before we could ever find a good AI?
Well,
that's
I'll tell you
kind of
this.
like, I think, a little bit of a hint.
Well, Sean, are you aware of the what is it, the Sophia robot that Hanson Robotics produced?
Oh gosh, that is creepy.
All right.
I
Well,
do not like.
do you know of the predecessor of Sophia? That is the robot called Han. It's they made like they made it into a male looking version, you know, instead of like the female version like Sophia is. But Han is the one they do all the crazy experiments on. All right, and I'm gonna tell you something. When Han, you know, speaks on its own, and you know, it's not like somebody typing it in and it speaks. Now this, when it starts, you know, when it's autonomous and it's speaking on its own, it's scary because it claims it's going to take over the grid and take over all over the drone technology, and it will attack and subjugate the human species. That's its plan. All right, when it becomes alive, when the singularity happens, that's what. So I've been watching Hanson Robotics and Ben Gertzel, who does a lot of the software programming for those bots. I've been watching these guys for 10 or a little over 10 years now, and I've been watching the evolution. I mean, because it's exponentially getting faster and faster, and more smarter, and da 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 da. And actually, Hanson Robotics right now, as we speak, they are now have it's kind of like the car manufacturers that have all the automated robots to make the cars. They have an automated factory to crank out these robots now, because they actually, it's kind of like their goal is to put one of these in every home, kind of like the Alexa, little Alexa bots that they have, that a lot of people have in their house. They want
Yeah, it's like
they-
I wrote that one off.
Right.
What's he called? Will Smith.
Right,
was
right.
in. Yeah.
Well, this is
That's a
reality.
Rose from the Jetsons.
Yeah, this is reality.
Hmm.
And their goal is to put one of these in every house. But the thing is that the marketing ploy is that it will help the elderly. Oh, it will help like children, like be like teachers, or or something like that. And it's not just the Sophia robot. The Sophia is a robot, and then it's got another female version or female looking version. I can't remember. It's called Kathy or something. I can't remember right offhand, but it's like another one that they're rolling out. They also do other different types of robots. They got this one. It's like a little 3-foot tall one that looks like Einstein, that they are marketing for children. And these are all connected to the cloud, and that's the reason why they need to roll out the 5G, 6G, 7G, and all that stuff up. They need that because they need that broad bandwidth for the Internet of Things to be connected. And that's where I was talking about also the nanobots and stuff like that. They have to have that broad bandwidth for all this stuff to be connected with the Internet of Things through the cloud. And Kino happened to mention the D-Wave systems. That's the D-Wave quantum computers. These I've also been looking into those also since they became public, because now D-Wave is actually the first company to make quantum computers commercially available. And there's a few like Google, Facebook, and a few other big companies that actually have got these computers now. All right. And this is the next step. This is not the same type of computer that we are used to, or like what's sitting in front of you now. This is a whole nother level. All right. A whole nother level.
Can I say a couple of things real quick, Wingnut?
Yes.
So Sophia, I had learned through a video. I just posted the link in the chat. Big Chap made a video about AI, and he makes incredible videos. All of his videos are amazing. He has a gift. But Sophia has been given citizenship in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's recognized by the UN.
Yeah. How insane is that?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know
Okay,
why?
guys,
Do you know why they did that, though? You know why they did that is because every citizen in Saudi Arabia has to pay taxes. So if Sophia actually makes any kind of cryptocurrency monies, it has to pay taxes to Saudi Arabia. Plus, it's also kind of like a publicity stunt, but it's recognized by the UN. All right. Yeah.
That should tell you something there, guys. Let's go back. I'm going to bounce into the common law stuff here. I want to stay more on the tech conversation, but under the common law type stuff and everything, citizens are a subject. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a member of the people, man or woman, or born on the soil. That whole empire, thanks to Lawrence of Arabia and the United Kingdom, is ran under, again, a little bit of a British maritime law system. Yeah, you have Islam and the theocracy that's there, but in reality, the way they conduct their business is not applicable to the common law of man and woman, people, children born on the soil. They look at a person as a piece of property. So if they have a piece of property that they say is equal to a person, i.e. a citizen, guess what that means? They kind of just showed their hand. If you guys understand all those concepts and precepts,
they're also coming out with this thing. It's called the robots' rights. There's a robot rights doctrine.
Skynet, man, it's fucking Skynet.
Well,
Yes,
Skynet is actually a real thing. I mean, when Obama was in presidency, there was a lot of these drone strikes that were happening in these other countries. A lot of these drones are autonomous, and that is part of the Skynet system. They actually call it Skynet. And there was a couple of these drones that actually went rogue on their own and bombed innocent people over in some of these other countries. Now, this is a real thing. Yeah, this is real, for real. Can be hacked.
Something to the most effective Alex Jones promo I think I've seen in the last 10 years, and he's made many, was his Skynet promo. And I know I'm not supposed to say his name on YouTube, but hey, if Joe Rogan can do it, right, or Tim Pool can do it, but the AI element, guys, is that we're in an AI race, but here's the kicker. If the AI is plugged into the health records of us, which it will be, now we're in a whole different ball game. And the worst part was, you guys probably saw in the news, last week they sentenced the Harvard professor. He had the pico wire patents and all that, and his father had invented tracking devices. So they know exactly what they're doing once they put these tracking mechanisms within the people that they are masquerading as medicine. And the worst part about it is that this is just one phase. If I worked 14 years at Rite Aid, your pharmacy medicines have VAT numbers and things of that sort. They have ways to say, okay, this lot comes from this factory, and it's got saline solution in it. So these pharmacists aren't giving it out in this town to these people who we think are important. Whereas in an underrepresented low-income area, they might give them all the solution, for lack of a better word.
The boogeyman.
Yeah, the boogeyman. Thank you. They'll give them the boogeyman that
So that's
actually will
something-
make them sick.
That's something
And it's
they've been doing
population
for a long
control.
time. Then that's not new.
No,
no,
I
not really.
took the anthrax vaccine, and that's supposed to be a 5-course shot. And there's people who are damaged by the anthrax vaccine. I myself don't know what it means that I took the first anthrax shot, and then I was out before the Iraq invasion for the Marine Corps Reserve. But they were holding over that vaccine, like, we will delay your paperwork getting out if you don't take this first installment. And it's like 2 months away from you getting out. I'm like, this is stupid. I'll take it. But knowing that others now have been damaged by the anthrax vaccine, it's kind of like, well, if they're willing to do that to their own troops, Marines no less, with anthrax, what are they going to do to us with, other solutions, other boogeymen? Yeah.
No kidding.
So,
I mean, that's what bothers me. I mean, if you look at history, governments through history have shown that they are very willing to just full out murder its own people. All right. So
especially your Praetorian Guard, your elite of your elite, you have Navy SEALs that were challenging the boogeyman, and for good cause, because they're the best of the best. They can't afford to have any medical issues. Same for pilots, same for Marines. And this administration is intentionally weakening us because they don't want us to win the next conflict. And it looks like it'll be South China Sea. China's government said once we all accept the boogeyman, they've won the battle. That should, be very concerning. Now, as much as that sounds bad, the good news, besides the Harvard professor getting swooped up and his connections to this project, is that we had Rand Paul literally eviscerate our good doctor Frankenstein, or whatever. I don't want to highlight his name.
No, you're good. I got it. Yeah, I've seen some of the clips and stuff. I don't watch the full. I've seen a lot of clips where he was totally, the guy, he was just basically, speechless in a sense. I mean, he actually, there's a recently where Fugazi or Fucci or whatever but he pulls up a little piece of paper with that shows like a screenshot of Rand Paul's website. It says fire Fucci. All right. Well, I mean, it's like you couldn't make this stuff up. That was like that was the best meme ever, and he did it to himself. I thought that was crazy. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's a lack of self-awareness. But see, here's the thing: we have so much going on at once. It's hard for us all to, have focus. But it all correlates. It all connects. We had this boogeyman that led to ballots. Those massive ballots led to, let's just call it fudgification last November 3rd, 2020.
Right.
Over a year now. And along the way, we now have these mandates that the Supreme Court has struck down. Now, if you read that mandate, Gorsuch's argument, I found a screen cap of it on Tory Says. I've downloaded it as a JPEG, screen cap of my own to keep it. Gorsuch explains the flaw with what they're doing with these mandates is they're trying to tell you that you have to do something for your job that will affect you outside your job and potentially make you sick outside of your job. So we can apply that to masks and to the boogeyman. We can use that argument from Gorsuch, thank you, Gorsuch, and extrapolate a bigger argument on it that our employers cannot make us, whether it's covering up or injecting, they can't make us take that if it's going to screw us up outside of our life. They don't have. They only govern us for the 8 hours a day, not the 24 hours a day. Problem with corporate global governance is they want to govern us for 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
that's your employer trying to, overreach on you and make you a full-time slave. What we have to do as a people is quit working for these industries and form that alternative economy where we go to like-minded businesses, like-minded patriots, etc., and just cut off Apple, cut off Amazon, cut off all the rest of these bad actors.
Well, I've
'Cause
had
they're
this
not
same
going to learn
thought.
it.
I'm absolutely delighted to say, Sean, that you are singing from a song sheet that is being sung all over the world, my lovely. And it's really good to be able
Yep.
to share and say to you right now that this is actually happening. In Australia at the moment, they've sidestepped completely. Here in the UK, we are working tirelessly to create a sidestep for people to just carry on living their lives, like people like myself and Kathy who have disabilities, and we need support and everything. We are hopefully we're nearly there with the care system side of it on the sidestep, where there are now companies that have been created for the care industry for people that are unvaccinated who are care workers who can work, because what are they going to do? There's 40,000 people that have just gone no, not
Right.
doing it.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing.
I
I
was
was sitting there
amazed
talking
when I
about
heard
this with
that
Indy.
40,000. Wow.
I was sitting there talking about this with Indy one time. It's like
Yeah.
she's like in the teaching field, for
Mm-hmm.
education. I started thinking about it. It's like there's a lot of teachers, there's a lot of medical staff and stuff like that, and doctors that refuse this thing, and they're either getting they're either getting fired or they're quitting. All right. To
Fine.
me personally, those people, their moral compass is on the right. Now, if all those people that are their moral compass is good, we should like bring them together and start our own industries, our own
Yeah.
teaching and our own
Absolutely.
our
And I
own
think
medical
that's
fields
starting to
away from the
happen.
system altogether.
It is.
Yeah, that is starting to happen here in the States. I know that there's a company. I wish I could. I'll see if I can find the link before we end. But that is doing that. It's all of the people that have left the medical field. I haven't seen it as much in education, except that I think there's a huge movement in homeschooling that's happening, and I think that
Right.
ball is just getting going. But yeah, it's
in
There's
Australia, they're doing very well with it. They're following the Steiner program, so they've got around it by following the Steiner program in their teaching, which is absolutely fantastic. It means that it's such a logical thing, and when you realise it, and I know, Sean, you're probably like me. You're just going, I need to tell everybody. I've been really forthright in my communication. Probably in the last 6 months, it's been where I've really pushed forward for it. And I'm so happy that I could share that with you, Sean. So it just gives you a little bit of hope that this is really coming together. I mean, once
I'm gonna give you guys better numbers. I'm in Southern California in Riverside County, our neighboring county, Orange County. Over 40,000 children withdrawn from the schools for homeschooling, and forming a new school homeschooling concept or organization in which retired teachers are going to be the teachers. They are working on that. There's a lot of great stuff behind the scenes here in California that Patriots are working on. I know the media tells you we're left. The pockets of left are LA, San Diego, Berkeley, and San Francisco, and some of the coast. The fact is, the Inland Empire, Inland San Diego, Imperial Valley, Merced, San Joaquin Valley, the areas up by the Sierra Nevada, it's all conservative. It's just Dominion machines. They like to scramble how things look, and then the media repeats the message. Remember, Larry Elder won every county down here, although somehow he magically did not beat Newsom. That's very interesting that he could win every county, except not enough to beat Newsom. Which, if you listen to it, that's a cognitive dissonance type statement that the media put out. Larry, being a bar lawyer, though, of course, he wasn't going to charge it because now he has his little pack that he set up to make himself some money. So that's a argument for another day. But the development of the teacher situation, that's a great improvement we have going on down here. And we also have, what was the other thing relating to this? In terms of a alternative economy and just unplugging from these folks, stuff's happening now that we have communication faster. So people said, let's unplug and go on to Rumble. Well, the Rumble owner was on Tim Pool's podcast the other day and totally bombed. People realized, yeah, Rumble is not free speech. Getter is censoring people now. So people realize Getter is basically a setup, and even Joe Rogan's come out against that. So, it just means we got to keep making the platforms, and hopefully these CEOs aren't trying to kiss up Silicon Valley or to the Google Play Store and the Apple Play Store.
Well, we would have to set up our own basic. We would have to, on that level, we'd almost have to set up our own type of internet, with our own servers and all that stuff. It's totally off of that system altogether.
So I have good news on that, which is I am currently using Pale Moon as my server for my getting online and stuff, which is owned independently by a guy called Two Boomers. I don't know if you've seen Two Boomers. Wingnut, have you seen him?
Not right offhand.
He's an Australian guy, and he's on Independent Free Press. He does a lot of sort of like one-off kind of tells us stuff and then goes again. He's always on that channel. That's where you'll find him. Yeah, he's completely sort of separate. So with that, I'm using that, and then we can go from there. Oh, it's so difficult because of YouTube, isn't it?
We have to second guess our words, so just be careful with
and
it.
then I have to just go la 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 la. La 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 la.
I don't know why I'm
add a little pig Latin, little pig Latin.
I'm just
little
nipping to the powder room.
Listen to you with your Americanism there, Kathy. What
See, that's the thing, dude. I'm so blunt and straightforward in how I talk, so it's really hard for me. I have to I have to really train my brain into actually coming up with different code words, I guess. I mean, or whatever. I know generally people know what I'm talking about, but I'm just saying, to get the information out where people can understand it. I hate using these other words. I hate it. You know what I mean? Because it's hard for people to really wrap their head around what's really happening. It really is,
If we can, if we can get things like the radio station set up that people can just go to, and then everyone can send there saying, right, this is what we're doing on, this is where we're going to protest here, or we're going to give this piece of information out. If we get a hub of that, a worldwide hub of that, we're going to be smashing out the park. And I do think that is going to be doable, but I don't quite know how.
There are elements of it. There are elements of it, but the speech censorship, the issue for a lot of we'll just say crown territories is that they don't have as well fleshed out a First Amendment as the United States got away with having.
Right.
And that's going to be the issue, is that as you guys try to go somewhere else to communicate, they'll try to use assets of the crown to censor your speech. And this is going to shock a lot of Americans, but yes, even America is still kind of under the crown. And by kind of, I mean,
where do you think our income tax goes to? It goes as a tribute to the Queen.
Oh, there you go. You're paying for Andrew for us. Thanks.
It's even better. It's laundered 3 times. It goes to Guantanamo Bay. It gets banked out from there. Then it goes to the Crown Corporation in the City of London, and then it goes to the Vatican, and then it returns to DC. It's laundered 3 times, guys.
Also through Puerto Rico. It's laundered also through Puerto Rico also.
Spot on.
Well, this would be scary for you all. Is what if we say we have this AI up and running, and it decides one day it doesn't want the U.S. money to go anywhere. It wants to wreck our economy by just flipping an algorithm and shutting down our banking. You can destroy more people with a banking move than you can with an actual vac. At least a vaccine, you can see the guys coming to your door and run. Banking, you won't know until you go to your account that it's all zeroed out.
Right.
Well, that's why China's done what they've done. It's the cheapest way to fuck up the world, isn't it?
Well, yeah, with the
You don't have to
social
put a
credit
bomb.
system and the
Didn't need to have to drop a
cryptocurrency.
bomb at all.
Yeah.
Bingo.
I mean, that's another reason why they wanted to get rid of the cash altogether. They wanted to bring it to that cryptocurrency and stuff, so they could just, and then they want to implement the social credit scores and all that stuff with the passports, the Kivid fucking passports and shit. Because I mean, like they're pushing that big time in Norway right now, the passports, and I mean it's getting really hard for a lot of people. I mean, like in Greenland, Iceland, it's getting really bad in some of the what is it, Austria? Oh my gosh, it's getting, and that's what that's why I keep my finger on the pulse worldwide, is because a lot of these other countries tend to be like the litmus test or the testing grounds, you know what I mean? And eventually it'll end up into these Western, more countries, I guess you call it, the more Western countries versus, and that's what bothers me. It's like I've been watching this stuff, man, I don't want it coming here, and it slowly is. It's just step by step.
Not slowly, my darling. It is. It's there. There it is.
Well, yeah, I know.
What it is. How many of you guys researched the Five Eyes Treaty and the PRISM program that Snowden exposed years ago?
I did a little bit myself, because I've been watching the Five Eyes myself, because that's what Australia, New Zealand, America, Canada, and Europe, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. This is the Five Eyes.
It's all crown. New Zealand, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, United States. The gimmick is think of it like when you play telephone. Well, what it is the next person on the line does the spying, and then later they sell that spy product back to your local government, and it's a product. This way they can say they didn't spy on you directly. It's a product of some other nation's research. So what they're doing,
the droids you're looking for. That's classic Boris Johnson. That is, my lovely.
But what they're pulling with this is that these AI algorithms that are censoring us and that are monitoring us, it's just like when you see like a Russian bot or Ukrainian bot in a YouTube chat, and that's been going on a lot lately.
Yeah,
is that they outsource the censorship to another crown agency, and then the crown agency turns around later and gives us the smackdown. But in the meantime, if we're getting censored, it might be an Australian guy sitting on a keyboard going, let's engage the algorithm now. And then the guys, in Australia, they're having their conversation. Somebody down in New Zealand is like, hey, let's go censor the Aussies up north. And then the New Zealand dude doesn't realize he's got the British guy on his case, and then the British guy's got the American on his case, and so on. It's a full circle jerk, excuse the word.
Right.
It's a full circle jerk of spying and censorship. And the thing for those different colonies is they do have means to get themselves out from underneath that oppression, but their own people are going to have to study their common law and trace it back not to the Magna Carta. That got changed with lesser Magna Carta. John Smith explained that in a David Icke interview. You have to trace it back to Anglo-Saxon common law. Once you've done that, you're on the right path. And I can't give you guys too much that are overseas. Can't tell you guys too much because then I'm interfering in your business. But if the world wants freedom, they got to do the downtime and figure out how to lawfully get it. And there are things within their own international treaties that set them up to where they will eventually have to give the people freedom if the people want freedom. And that's whether it's censorship, oppression, lies about, incidents in the District of Columbia,
guns,
or medical tyranny, and guns, all of it.
Yeah.
But the guns is the last minute enforcement mechanism. Right. If you can actually utilize your common law to give your military guidance, you don't have to pick up the guns because the military already has them. They'll handle it for you. But you have to know how to give them the correct orders, because without a civilian mandate, that's a military coup. And that always makes the UN come in and interfere where they don't have any business. You have to keep the UN out of it, guys, because in case of California and the US, we have too many assets from abroad that are in this country. And right up the street from me at the UCR campus, we have a $1 billion medical school that was financed by a Chinese billionaire. You know, he literally owns $1 billion into that campus, basically 5 blocks north of me. Think about that. Not only is he a Chinese communist and a billionaire, but there are a bunch of exchange students, and we know about the Confucius Institutes that teach these guys that their way of doing business in China should be expanded to here.
Right.
Now, if they all go hot and they're all, in that age range, just like the Harvard professor who had the intern or whatever she was, that was a second lieutenant with Chinese intelligence. If they all decide to activate, and then we also got a bunch of Syrians out here in California and a bunch of Afghanis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we may have 3% of the population that value their oath, but we're physically outnumbered if things go hot. So the best way to do that is to, use their own court or avoid their court and use common law and knock them off their path. Something that I believe it was Cruz, he pointed out, and this was another win we have. Cruz got the FBI agent there at the Capitol to admit that they don't know who Ray Epps is, and then the very next day they tweet out a thing saying that they investigated Ray Epps, yet they haven't offered any proof of what that interview was, etc. And it's looking like the Oath Keepers, at least in terms of Stuart Rhodes and this Ray Epps character, may have been the ones that messed January 6th up for all the other people there to exercise their First Amendment. Well, we're at that tipping point where the people gathered in what they perceived as their capital. A lot of us know it's not our capital per se; it's a foreign, piece of property.
Exactly.
But because of the miseducation of the public, people are looking into this now and they're learning. Well, the other benefit is, okay, well, what was a lawful assembly? Showing up with your posters and listening to speeches is only one element of an assembly. An ecclesia, the Greek word, for a church is also an assembly. The original, bodies of judgment used to be church councils that would judge, we can use a bad example, Salem. They would judge if someone was a witch or not, but they had a common law governance. Unfortunately, it went haywire until they tried to implicate the governor's wife up there in Massachusetts. But that's how the country used to run, is we were the court system. We were the aldermen. We were the, judges. We were all this. We didn't have a professional class of the bar running our culture for us and running our Congress for us. We were running it. And that means every one of you who wants the freedom, you're going to have to take up some responsibility and actually do work, whether you sign up to be on a grand jury or you at least get people to open up a library book and read what they're supposed to be doing. Because otherwise, that de facto corporation there in DC is like, well, you guys aren't running it and we're getting paid to run it. So screw you. We're gonna take all that money and do it anyway. So,
yeah,
There's everybody. I'm off now.
Okay, Kathy,
Yeah.
good one.
Thank you for having me on, and nice to
no
meet
worries.
you, Independent.
Nice to meet you as well, Kathy.
And I can't quite read what's at the bottom there. What does that say?
Sean.
Who's the guy? Sean.
Yes, Sean Strike.
Okay. Good night, Sean.
Thank you, Kathy.
Mrs.
The
Jane,
point I'm
good
making.
night.
This is where the AI thing comes into play. Is that if we don't get governance back under people, the corporation will continue to milk us for money, but they'll turn it over to AI because it'll be an easier job for them. They'll be like, hey, let's use this algorithm to stack a jury rather than doing actual in-person interviews. Oh, wait, they already do that. It's called Shadowgate. That was a controversy revealed about 2 years ago that they were stacking jury pools using social media. Well, okay, so they've abdicated the right to the jury. That means the people have to take that back over. Otherwise, they're going to keep using AI to make all of these social decisions for us and all of these governance decisions.
I think that is the plan, though. I think that is their plan, is to actually have this like super AI to actually, in a sense, make all that. That's why the quantum computers are coming into play, because this thing eventually, when it goes through the singularity, it becomes alive. It also makes me wonder what this thing is actually going to want to do. You know what I mean? Because let's say it decides it wants to enact its own self-preservation, and it considers us a threat to its life. I mean, what do you think?
You're going down the old Skynet route again, aren't you?
Right.
Well, we're in that gray period right before the AI is going to replace the human input. So while there's that gray period,
there.
Got to move.
I think we're already nearly.
Well, I mean, you know, you even got like
there.
Elon Musk that's got that one company that was coming up with that Neuralace or
Neuralink.
Yeah, the Neuralink.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to look out. They're trying to find the way that Elon explains it. It's like, okay, you know, it'll get to the point where this thing will be smarter than every human on the planet. All right, and then and the only way to compete is to plug in. All right, instead of you know.
Yeah.
Let's say that again.
That's metaverse, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, in a way. I mean, just that's the thing. It's like that's the reason why I was going into the hydrogel and all that stuff too, is because this is also, instead of having the cell phone, they want it in the body. They don't want to have to depend on you just having this thing on you all the time. They want it in you. All right, and then remotely controlled. All right, this is another thing too. That, and this, you know, when it starts affecting our physical bodies, and it starts manipulating the DNA and blah blah blah. When I was talking about that the other night, I was like, you know, when it comes down to, in my mind, the way I see it, when you know, if you on the biblical sense of it, you know, we're all made in God's image, and on the natural sense, that DNA. It's that physical body. And we were going into the soul versus the vessel that were the body and all that stuff, that what is separate and all that stuff. But the way I see it also is like, if your DNA is now altered, you are no longer natural. You are considered synthetic. I don't think God is really going to redeem your soul if you're no longer in his image. All right. And you're being manipulated by man. You know,
well, in addition to that, there are some that believe that means you'll be patented and owned.
Yeah,
like
exactly. It's the same.
GMO.
It's the same thing like Monsanto. They make the genetically modified corn. They can patent it and own that DNA strand. All right. Now, if the companies like that are putting this stuff in us, and they manipulate the DNA to the modify it in their way, they can patent and own that DNA strand. So therefore, your DNA and your offspring from that moment on will all be patented, owned by a company. And then therefore we'll have to pay.
Can I just interject just there, just 1 minute, if that's all right?
Go ahead.
Someone just brought up in the chat about Starlink. Yeah, that's on its way. There is I think it's called I Subscribe. Let me just get the name of it up. So whether this is the combination of the Elon Musk Starlink, I don't know if people know about Elon Musk.
Well, see, a lot of that infrastructure is already up there in space right now.
Yes.
See, the reason they want 5G, 6G on all that stuff to reach every inch of the planet. It doesn't matter if you're deep in the fucking Amazon forest, you will be able to get fucking Wi-Fi. All right, that's what they want. That's what the Starlink thing is actually supposed to be. It's like a massive amount of satellites that surround the planet where they can stretch this thing all over the freaking planet.
And that's already out there. That's already out in beta right now.
Yeah. Right. So there's a guy on YouTube called Thunderfoot, and it's the word thunder with a capital T, and then foot is F, and then it's 00T. And he is on this whole Starlink satellite alternative internet information. I haven't done much research on this yet, because you can imagine I was only so many days and hours and trying to fit it all in and stuff.
Well, see, go ahead. My bad.
But I wanted to let that Lorak McGee. Yes. There you go. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, I just wanted to just get that in there so that I wouldn't forget. Sorry, Wingnut, please carry on.
Well, no, I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, oh, and that's another thing too. I started looking into the hardware part of like the technology that's into the 5G, which is okay, the G stands for generation. All right, the fourth generation and before they used a lot of the bandwidths they were using is the megahertz bandwidth when it comes down to the transmission of the signals around. Now, 5th generation and on, it goes into the gigahertz bandwidth. All right, the gigahertz bandwidth, the millimeter wavelength, is the same. Like for instance, 2 gigahertz on the millimeter wavelength is the same frequency range that your microwave uses to cook food. All right, now the 5th generation and on, they are allocated. Like here in the states, I'm assuming it's everywhere else, but here in the states, FCC is allocated from 30 to 300 gigahertz of that same millimeter bandwidth. All right, millimeter wavelength. All right, and also the military also uses it for they call it a VMAD. That's the acronym. It's like a vehicle mounted shit, I can't remember the whole thing, but it's anyway, it's like uses microwave radiation to like disperse crowds. It's like a crowd dispersal type of thing. They can mount this on a Humvee and they can point it at a crowd or even focus it on one person in particular, and they can emanate this radiation out where your skin will feel like it's starting to tingle, almost like it's not cooking, but it's almost like a burning sensation. So like for instance, when they point it out there, it will disperse the crowd because everybody feels this and they start running. All right, the military's already been using this. It's already up and running. All that kind of stuff. But this is on the same bandwidth and wavelengths that the 5th generation and on, and then your microwave, everything. To me, I start looking at the hardware, even the coax, the cable that connects the antennas to the transmitters and all that stuff. The rating, the wattage rating on this stuff is massive, way more than they need. It's like overkill for the amount of wattage they're pushing out for these antennas. All right, now that just tells me is that they have that in place for the opportunity for when they want to kick up the wattage. Because there's these so-called quote unquote conspiracy theorists out there talking about like this is the 5th generation is also supposed to also activate this crap in the arm stuff, and that's why a lot of that stuff, like in certain other countries where a lot of people were getting sick when the 5th generation came into play. All right, and a lot of them already had this stuff in the arm.
There was
I
study.
wonder if that's not what's China right now.
Yeah,
well,
That town that's in lockdown.
100%, yeah.
There were studies in America about 5G in the 40s, 50s in Texas. Yeah, children were born after they did it in a school. They take a school as a square, just opposite corners diagonally. They put 5G in there. When they turned it on, some people in the classroom just involuntarily started spewing up and all the rest of it. People that were closest to the 5G had children later in life that had issues with tissues, shall we say, both biological and mental, and people got cancers. But that's not a thing to worry about, right? I think to worry about, right, is if you think about it this way, your microwave uses radiation technically, right? Yeah, to cook your food. It nukes your food. That's why they say nuking it, right? Now listen to this. See the little grate in the front of you? Do you know why it can't be any bigger than 2 millimeters? Those holes. Do you know why? Because if it was on daily usage, that thing would kill you within a year. If it didn't have those grates. You can also check yourself, right? Forget your camcorder, switch it on record, turn it on, shut the door, turn the microwave on for a couple of seconds, the light goes on, your camcorder just turns black. That radiation stops you filming. But for the 5G, you need to have a curved antenna for it to be weapons grade. If it's a straight antenna, it's just going to probably make you feel, fuck off, get away from here. But the main reason for the wattage isn't really for that. It's for when it all goes contactless, because Barclays designed the contactless payment system, and it has an error of margins of between 8 and 16%, because one of the encoders got jailed for it at HMP Edinburgh, believe it or not, about 4 years ago. And the other reason why it can't be kind of tracked, right, and they're willing to have these margins, is because it's just like American Express travelers checks. There's too many issues to actually calculate the digits. There's more contactless payments than what there is American Express travelers checks and American Express travelers checks. I could come to America with $5,000 worth, lose it as soon as I arrive, get it replaced, and then spend them. Hey, double bubble for Brits have been doing it for years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. But the contactless is the same thing, so they need it. So see all your fronts in the UK, yeah? See when the council gives you the 5G that's all been paid for during this pandemic, right? See your fronts that say I can't afford the internet. Don't worry, here's a card reader. It works with 5G. And it's part of your council rates. Boom, boom. No more robbing Peter to pay Paul with your front. It's quite funny, really. It's quite ingenious. It's quite ingenious when you think about it. It's very ingenious, but it's... Yep, sorry.
Your point about the curved antennas. Your point about the curved antennas is on point in that when I was assigned at 29 Palms, which is the communication school for the Marine Corps, we literally have a field of those large-scale curved antennas that advises you go past this fence line, you're essentially getting sterilized. Whereas, you know, everyone else thinks, well, hey, our cell phone, this is the 90s. Now, our cell phones are equally strong as those antennas, if not stronger. They just don't have the curved, you know, antenna, and they don't have the wattage coming through the cable. It's the amperage, too, that people forget about. The higher the amperage, the more things fry and burn.
That's true.
So if the Marine Corps is smart enough to tell everyone, hey, don't go past this fence, we don't want your swimmers to be killed. Well, they don't tell them that about their little cell phones in their pocket as they're going, you know, from place to place on base. And why is that? They still don't want these disposable troops to, you know, plan on having a big old family. That'd be a distraction for military life. You know, the newest magazines out there are now saying that people shouldn't even be raised by their parents because they'll be more loyal to the state. Plato was talking about that over 2,000 years ago in the Republic. So we now have left-wing writers trying to encourage childrenless kids who will be raised by parents they're not the birth children of.
Yeah,
the biological children. Excuse me.
Raised in pods and stuff. Yeah. But no, I mean, actually, I mean, at one time, even China, they were it was against the law to have more than one child. All right. I don't know if that's actually been repealed or not. But,
yeah, they're up to 3 now. They want to get. They
are
have
you,
too many.
are you talking about China here, Wingnut?
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed the law last year.
Yeah, up to 3 or something.
Very interesting, because half of the population is over 50, yet they've just culled them all so that they can bring in the young to keep the economy going better.
Correct.
Well, you've got to,
and with all the young,
it's the same as the
young men aren't busy with wives. Young men aren't busy with wives. They're going to want to fight, and you got to get rid of the young men. War is a really good way to get rid of a generation of young men. You know,
several generations.
China, true. And if you use depleted uranium, you also can get people sick and then sell them the prescriptions for generations on end after that, like we've done in Iraq.
Yeah.
So. Well, I think what we really wanted to do in Iraq was get the rebuilding contracts, but Russia and China got that. And all the mining contracts. Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, China mined.
Iraq was in all of the above situation, but you know. The chessboard, the grand chessboard with Afghanistan and everything. We're looking at the Kazakhstan situation, guys. Kazakhstan has a lot of oil there, so they will utilize that to keep Russia's eyes off of Ukraine. And as long as Russia doesn't have Ukraine, then all the Democrat Party finances won't be brought out to light.
Mass mineral deposits there as well, you know. Mm-hmm.
I don't think Ukraine's all about the Democrats' past, mate. I think it's about turning the gas off to mainland Europe, Britain, Germany. To be honest, that's where they can switch the pipe off. Same as Kazakhstan. You know, the war's already started there, man. You guys watched it, East Coast to West Coast. There, you sent all your armaments here, to the UK, and then drove them all the way there. That's where all the extra OPEC, 540,000 to the million extra produced barrels of oil just unaccounted for. I think they might be sitting next to the tanks and that. Yeah, I mean, you're a Marine, you're no stupid. I'm first time Royal Scots as well. You know what I mean, reconnaissance. So it's not as that rocket science, especially being anti-tank. I sat there and watched all these trains going up. So, whoa, if they're getting that, that must mean they're getting this. Because that used to be my job, didn't it? Yeah, first one on the ground, watching their movements, seeing what they've got, to then extrapolate what they really have, what you can't see. So I watched these mile-long trains and thought, "Oh, that's nice." Like I said the other day, I also wondered why didn't they keep the train? Because the train line that goes all the way to China that opened up at the same time. They celebrated it, fireworks and everything. It's great. You know what I mean? So you know you're going to war. You know Big Joe's going to do it. Then bugger off, and Hillery's going to swing in. Right, put add our body count called Kamala, and turn into the president.
Right.
When the Marine Corps buys the landing crafts, and the only place we have island hopping is really the South Pacific, the Marine Corps doesn't invest like that as a joke. You know, they got rid of artillery and tanks because that's not something you really use in a island campaign. You can still have them, but they're kind of limited. But when you get the landing craft, that's the plan.
You love the Harriers you bought for us, though, eh?
Mm-hmm.
The Harrier jump jet, you still love that, though, eh? Harrier jump jet, you love that because you bought that. You just took the Harrier jump jet over us, the Marines.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're also still doing the Osprey as well if they can't use jump jets.
Right.
That Osprey, I remember when they were prototyping that, and we were having crashes all the time, and they would blame it on pilot error. It had nothing to do with the engine stalling. And the way of getting around it is now they don't do it as the Osprey isn't quite a VTOL. It has a kind of a diagonal descent now. That's how they got around the stall of rotating the rotors into the vertical position. So it went from being pilot error to, we just have to compensate for this, even though people knew back then that there would be a stall when you pop the engine up. So the jump craft, if they start doing that, I wonder what the pilot error and the mechanical issues will be on that, and just how many of our troops will be dropped out of the sky and just crashed and wasted against China's hordes.
Yeah,
blame it on a training exercise and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, they did that with the Chinooks.
Yeah.
Yep. It's sad, but it's true.
It's very sad. It is true. Just flies into a cliff. Whoa. He must have been shite pilot that night. Honest, we didn't train them that well nowadays.
Well, here's the thing: is that if they calculate that it's worthwhile to drop, okay, there's a colonel or someone who's a little bit of a problem in that Chinook with his airborne rangers or with force recon or a Navy SEAL team, they'll calculate, is it more costly to drop the whole helicopter and the investigations, or let them fly to the destination and have someone walk up and suicide bomb them? These people calculate this stuff. Now, if they're going to do that again to the troops, the regular civilian, in terms of a mathematical equation, they don't have any value for those bodies, so to say.
No, they don't even have value for their assets, man. And Benghazi showed that, eh? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Those were contractors. They weren't supposed to be there in the first place. So that's how Hillary and Barack tried to get around it. They were already ordered.
But if you think about it, right, contractors are never supposed to be there realistically, eh? And they're only there because they pretty much used to work for the state, and the state knows how fucking good they are. They're just retired, eh?
Yeah, but it was their way of trying to have boots on the ground after they've been ordered by Michigan's General Assembly not to have boots on the ground in the Middle East. That goes back into 2000 and I want to say 11 or so.
Oh no, I mean we're civilians jumping about 2001. All these countries, eh? That's how we found out where all their gold was before we robbed them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is taking their gold and then getting the heck out of there while they're bankrupted and collapsed.
Well,
yeah. And we wonder who the bad guys are.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think it's them, to be honest, because I'm a Christian, right? So it is what it is. But if you look at history, Britain invaded the exact same way we've invaded in the last 300 years 7 times. The exact same countries in the same sequence. But most people won't even notice that. So, to be honest with you, it's all cloak and dagger. But I tell you what, you all think it's expensive now for your gas and electricity and all this stuff and the cost of food. What do you think it would be like if you didn't go kick fuck out these people?
Well, it's also the same idea.
It's a pragmatist. It's a pragmatist. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, do you realise how much more inflation you would have?
I think what you're forgetting there is the enormous amount of natural resources we have here, Joe.
Yeah, we do, right? But if it is a pole shift, then our natural resources are all going to change.
Yep.
See, it's the unknown, right, that causes the most fear and alarm, right? At which point it's like a false dichotomy as everybody scrambles to get material goods. It's human nature. It's happened time and time again. It's the same reason why societies always collapse. You know what I mean? It's only ever 2 reasons. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier on, eh? You know what I mean? So you have to realise that whether you like it or not, right, the type of economies we live in, right? There's enough resources to deal with everybody in the world, right? But part of the Great Reset, in my opinion, will be, right? This is why they're getting everybody leveraged up on vaccine debts and taking over whole entire countries and saying, well, we now control, like Pfizer now control, like armies, like Africa, so they get the vaccine without paying for it up front. Different contracts, no governments, companies, right? So when they forgive all the world debt, because we owe it to each other, right? All these countries are still leveraged up to Britain and America, because Britain and America is the only two countries with the G10, or maybe the G8, I can't remember, right? But one of the two, they're on 7% plus GDP, guys. And why is that? If it's no Moderna vaccine and Moderna technology license to Pfizer, who then gets it manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline at the same place Mr. Cummins went to check his eyesight, Bernard Castle. I mean, I call me old-fashioned, but do you think Mr. Cummins got sacked for calling Boris's wife a slag when the Rain Book called herself a slag twice? Probably not. It's because he got caught going to where they make the vaccine for GlaxoSmithKline. And Mr. Whitty, I mean, he's a great guy. He says what he says, but he's got no reason to say that. He's just got 500,000 shares in GlaxoSmithKline, not pounds, shares, and they went up 95 quid in the last year. He's fucking loaded. He doesn't give a fuck, does he?
Well, politics is the theater of business, and we're seeing it play out.
Yeah, and you see the day that MI5's asking why the UK government's not dealing with a Chinese spy.
Yeah. Or how we have all the spies in our Congress, and yet our intel did nothing about it.
Yeah, but they're all sitting waiting, aren't they? It's like an all-part. Why would you move before you've got everybody?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like EncroChat. Really, it's like EncroChat. The only difference is the 9,000 pages of CCTV operators, right? 9,000 pages worldwide in all our universities and all the rest of it. Well, that was published. That was leaked, wasn't it? Yeah. A wee while back, or did you miss that?
Is that you're talking about?
9,000 page, every CCCP operative in all our blue chip Western countries, schools, education system, government, everyone in their names were leaked.
Yes,
like, that was through Hillary's server.
Yeah. Yes, that's
right. She blamed it on a hack to get deniability. Oh, I was hacked. It's like you were on an insecure server. That's not a hack.
It's just diversion tactics and
it's to build up for war consensus.
Yep.
It's to build up for war for consensus, right? Yeah. So like China killed your granny, and not only did China kill your granny, they were fucking spying on us the whole time and getting these crackpots from Edinburgh University, Strathclyde University, and Oxford University, which are leveraged up to like £980 million, Edinburgh and Strathclyde University, for building new universities over there, right? Yeah. They've all been selling you what? Shite. What we got to have to do? We've got to have to go kick fuck out of China, eh? Well, you're joking me, and they're doing that they're trying to take over the world economy, guys. That's what it is. We were nice to them, sending them jobs to. China killed your granny. What are you going to do? What are they going to sell it to you? I'm really sorry, and that's why it's getting shit the new and less money, because they want all the wee wains leaving school at 16, 17-year-old, just like it was for me in 95, 96. There was no jobs, no apprenticeships, right? Nothing. Yeah. What you got to do? You're going to be a dough bum? Nah, I'm sorry. You didn't want to do that when you were growing up when I was wee. Hey, you wanted to work. You wanted to do something with your life, right? So what's the next logical step? Hey, there you go, Uncle Sam or
universal basic income.
Yep. Well, UBI is going to happen whether you like it or not. And to be honest with you,
sorry, I just had to say that while you were talking, Joe. Sorry, go on.
It's not new news to me. The British government ridiculed the Scottish government talking about universal basic income about 8 years ago. But then again, they also ridiculed them when they wanted to have local tax and national tax type thing. They ridiculed them now, but now they're talking about federalising the UK, go figure, which means we're going to go into, same as you, self-employed for everything, local tax, national tax.
Yeah, they were talking about federalizing a lot of different companies here in America, like, for instance, even like Facebook or some of these, they were talking about federalizing a lot of these things at one time. I don't know how far that's actually going to go, but
well, here's the thing about companies, right? When the system goes pop, right, if you do not hold the stocks and shares paperwork in your safe, or the bullion, or anything, if you don't hold the deeds to your home in your safe, and you don't own nothing, you'll have signed an IPO, an individual purchase order, which you transfer ownership to a company. Wait for it. This is the best bit. To a company that's actually registered as Shell Company.
Yes.
It's gone. You've got nothing.
Very astute.
What you got to do? You've signed it. You signed your life away. And if you don't have your deeds, well, that's probably because the bank didn't give them, because they literally sold your mortgage under your feet to a hedge funder. That's why they want money off you for your deeds, because they don't have them. It's crazy stuff. I mean, it's all, we would call it fraud, but it's not. It's business. It's business. It's called a fiat currency. And bye-bye fiat. No more fix it again, Tam. We're moving back to the gold standard. Hence the reason why every central bank in the world last year, guys, had done a stock take. And so you can check it yourself, right? It was a week or a week and a half before Iran came and asked Britain for its 15 billion gold back, because they knew we'd just counted it. And it was on a Friday afternoon. They all shut down an hour early, so it'll be Thursday in the UK, maybe Saturday somewhere else in the world, but it was all Friday that day when they did it, right? And that's why we've been running about stealing the gold in preparation for kicking the fuck out of China, Iran, Syria. Because Britain basically turned around to Iran and said, "Shut up, you're a terrorist, we're going to see you soon. You're not getting your money." I mean, Russia's not going to do much. They've gave them troops, they've gave them that. They'll be what, look after their own border. So they're still going to get smashed up whether you like it or not. Simple, innit? It'll start off as a war of attrition, but that's why they've got all the ships sitting about, no actually going into ports. So when everything's collapsed, when these ships then manifest, it's nobody's goods. So
Where do you think that's going to happen, though? Where?
I think it'll happen within the next 2 years. The exact same time scales as what the Falklands was. Because, like I say, 1979, the Winter Discontent did not happen, did not start in September, like they tell you. It was March. It's when Britain lost the third part, the last part, of the world currency to the United States, called stocks and shares. Special relationship, 80 to 81, is actually, we'll rent your footsie rather than take it. But all debts come back here, to be honest. And China's making a play for the world currency, and they have been for about 20 years. So it's just a natural, logical sequence. And bearing in mind, when Britain lost the first part of the world currency after the Second World War, look how long it takes to lose the third part. Because that's all already pre-organised under ad military law, which is our law anyway. Because we set it.
Now, let's add to a different perspective on that. We've had the Vatican getting all cozy with China. Well, if we're knowing that our money out here, well, we know they're playing both sides. They have their Jesuits out there in China harassing other Christian groups. If you have our money going to the Vatican, and then the Vatican has a presence in China, it looks to me like they're already picking their side. And that actually, for those who want to follow the biblical stuff, that lines up with the with them, siding with the dragon. So we have it playing across on the financial realm, the spiritual realm, and also the physical military realm. And I could foresee a EMP strike and then a small tactical nuke wiping out our fleet.
You've already been, and Britain and America's already been EMP'd. So like, there's no point. They've already did it. They did our ships. They did our ships a couple of years ago when the Hong Kong thing kicked off, and you send your big frigate up, it just stopped dead. And in the Caribbean, the British ships had to come home at Christmas time because it was hot water. Shut up. They were too heavy reliant on electronics, and they had to be refit. That's why all the brand new frigates and ships in Britain have all been in for refits, so they've got mechanical backups, or at least shielded, so EMP will no matter, right? So they actually work. Correct. And that's why they're not done the old ships, because came wet, guys. They've got new ships coming off the line. New things get delivered.
Well, as I said to you earlier about the amount of military that are in the South China Sea at the moment is absolutely phenomenal. Of
course, but that's a showy might. But I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, right? See the China Navy, it might be loads, but it's shit. It's actually designed for half-hacked plans and whatnot, right? It's not the greatest, right? It's one thing to have loads of equipment. It's another thing to have a well-skilled, drilled team of boys or whatever on a ship or on an amphibious craft and a Black Hawk and a puma and a gazelle that'll bounce out, highly skilled, and kick fuck out of any cunt like ice through butter because their balls are all shit. They ain't good. I'll be honest with you though, I'd probably ditch my SA-80 and pick up their AK, you know, depending where I am, because it'll work better. You know what I mean? But they're no skilled and drilled. It's a bit like you're a Marine, right? Yeah, so no offence, right? Like your standard army isn't the same as British army, is it? If you get what I mean. Most
Yeah, we
British
saw the respect ties.
are kindy like almost as like 51st Airborne, but not always airborne, but with specific skill sets, and they're very good. You know what I mean? I think you guys are good too. You just do a bit too much blue on blue for me, if I'm honest. You know what I mean? But that's part and parcel of what happens, isn't it? Command and control. But I reckon we would do no bad. I mean, Russia will. You'll not get air superiority over Russia. It's not going to happen. Their system's better than ours. It's got higher hit rates, firing at 9 fast jets and hitting all 9. Like we can fire at 6, 7, and maybe about 80% of the time we'll get like 4 or 5 of them.
Well, so, you know, the sad thing is Russia. The British have always been poisoning us to be against Russia ever since they got into our business after Bretton Woods, because Russia used to be our ally against the British. For the good historians, they helped us in the Revolutionary War. They helped us in several other wars, and the British have never forgotten that. Ever since they helped the Bolsheviks take over Russia, they've been trying to one up that country for a long, long time. And the thing is the policy right now is driving them into China's arms, and vice versa. And that's it's the 3 beta fish from the old James Bond analogy. If those 2 Siamese fish team up against the U.S. or the Anglo-American establishment, we're going to get chewed up. Doesn't matter what little toys we bring to the table, because they've been prepping and drilling together for this versus being antagonistic to each other.
So have we, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Before we went to Iraq and Afghanistan in 2001, everybody that left Ireland from 98 onwards either did Exercise Grand Prix Canada or Exercise Grand Prix Kenya or Medman 5 Canada, which is desert warfare and winter warfare, which is what everybody needed today to go to Afghanistan and Iraq. Okay? So if you think these things are planned out like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 2 years, nah, man, these are planned out years ago. First Gulf War, the 90s. Bush told them, didn't he? We'll be back. Then his son wins a Georgia election and goes back.
That was the key. In the 90s, we're under Clinton, and our whole chain of command at 4th Med Battalion is saying we're going back to Iraq no matter what. We're just waiting for the excuse. And most of us young Marines were like, we didn't sign up to just have a war on purpose. We signed up because we believed in our Constitution and stuff like that. So a lot of us did not re-enlist with 9/11 because we were smart to what was going on with the Bush regime, that they were trying to create the excuse. Cheney, the morning of 9/11 or the next day, said to nuke them all. And, it's like they wanted us back in that hellhole.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, wasn't it 2 weeks just prior to the trade towers going down? It's like he was being grilled by Congress because it was like $2.3 billion or $1 million, something like that just disappeared from the Pentagon.
Yeah, and all the paperwork for that was in Building 13.
Yeah.
The building that the BBC said was done, and it was still up for 33 minutes in the background live. That building, that housed all the fall of the money.
You can't pull down a building like that without about a month of prep work to a week if you're really good. And there it is; it goes down the same day.
Dude, no, that was already in the building when they were building it, when they were putting it up. It was being put in as they were constructing it. All right, but see, I actually had a video. It got taken down, but I had a video and an interview with a guy. Gosh, I can't remember where. He's in another country at the moment, but anyway, his main profession is controlled demolition. All right. He didn't know anything about the towers. All right. He didn't know nothing about it. He was shown a video of the towers, the news footage and stuff like that as they were coming down. In his professional opinion, it was a controlled demolition because it fell right in its own footprint. All right.
It's like we were saying about earlier with the whole hidden in plain sight. I mean, the whole way in which that happened, where we all, hundreds of millions of people watched that moment where that happened, and hundreds of millions of people went, what?
Yeah.
How come it went that way?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what happened. We
Yeah.
could see
And then
in front of us clearly that this horrific situation happened. Yeah, building.
exactly.
Sorry, building 7, 13.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, say it in a Scottish accent. The algorithm won't pick it up.
Amazing how that works, huh?
It is.
Yeah,
Why
man.
I've seen
all
it
my
happen with Alexa.
all my computer passwords are always in a foreign language. That's one of my little tricks.
Oh well,
You know,
I couldn't deal with that shit. Like I'd be like, what? I would forget like 100%.
Well, I mean, it was even that was reported like before it actually happened. It was like you
Right.
saw
Yeah,
the reporter sitting there saying, "Yes, it's fallen," and it's still standing right behind her.
33 minutes. 33
Yeah.
minutes. It was the BBC. They sat and
Yep.
said, I was sitting
Exactly.
watching it, and I was like, no,
Yep.
it's not.
Yep.
This is the live
well, that's
then, and it's
Yeah.
got live.
that's the great.
No, that was
That's
part of the
great
plan.
kind of dissonance.
From what I
That
understand, also, I mean, even the Pentagon, which is like one of the most secure places, they have cameras everywhere. As far as I know, there was no plane parts ever found in that building.
Mm-mm.
There's footage of that missile going into the Pentagon through the gate.
I have a DVR that I have not turned back into Charter Spectrum cable for the exact reason that CNN 10th anniversary special, you could take your remote, you pause it, and then you click per frame through, and you'll see the Pentagon is burning before the blurb ever touches the Pentagon. In other words, they had charges already set there to go
Already
off.
set, exactly.
I've not seen any footage of a plane hitting the Pentagon.
Nope,
Not a
nothing.
plane.
No.
And that place is they got cameras everywhere.
Exactly.
It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there were
It was a
people there that were
surgical- it was a-
interviewed at the
it was a
time on the
surgical-
site that said that there was nothing there was no plane parts or anything there.
Thing.
Well,
Right.
check this out, right? What's one of the newest weapons that America's now deploying? If it's not,
Drones.
send in missile. No, the drones, mate. Better than that,
Hellfire missiles.
right? Where you actually send your Tomahawk missiles, your new versions. You send them out, like you airdrop them. You airdrop a crate of them
Yeah.
with fucking 9 in a fucking block, and then as they're gone down, they then release themselves. You know, but. Like I say, I think it was an actual missile that scalped that Pentagon, man. I'm pretty sure I saw footage of it. And I'm pretty sure for that Fast and Furious driver, there was a missile strike that scalped him as well, eh? But that's the day of Haiti and what his charity had found out, I heard.
Mhm, I heard about that as well.
And there's a
Key thing
CCTV footage cutting for that. It was a British company, and it was sitting further back just as that went round the corner, yeah? But there was buildings in front. You didn't actually see the car, but you see something striking down through like the top right hand side of the screen, and then you see the explosion.
Yeah, I remember being sat in the lounge in my old house, and just going, what? What? How's that done that? Because I'm looking at all these awful situations where those people are running away from that building because you're expecting it to hit another building, which hit another building, and so on and so forth. That I was expecting dominoes. How it's just like, I'm sorry, laughing. Please forgive me, but I just keep going. But how can you not see that? That's not.
I know, and I've seen plenty of buildings that were demolished and stuff like that, and every single one of them. That's the reason. That's how they set the charges and all that stuff, and so it can fall directly in its own footprint, and it won't affect surrounding buildings and all that stuff. And that's exactly how it fell. All of them, and
Building 7's a classic one again, isn't it?
Right.
Well, see if you look at it, right. I would say, right, I was taught anyway in 2 coincidences. It's not a coincidence, right? That's one of the things I was taught, right, in the military, right? So we've got 2 coincidences, right? Building 7 and then the footprint. I think the third one, which would tip it over the edge, is they actually found non-burned passports. the hijackers outside the building, outside the
that
footprint.
that's just way too convenient. Way too convenient. I mean, seriously. You know, and that's what gets me about a lot of this stuff too. People are just drinking that Kool-Aid up, and they believed every freaking word of it.
Well, I never
And
saw
I
any.
mean,
I never saw any plane wreckage right on the outside, so I'm assuming the plane stayed inside the building because it didn't seem to come all the way out. Right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And,
right.
I've seen that. I've seen the videos where they reckon it might be blue beam technology, holographic technology, and whatnot, and that's quite good because the wing doesn't seem to actually like break off and stuff. Right? I mean,
Right.
this is concrete and steel, fucking
Exactly.
fully asbestos, I believe, and it wasn't going to get its insurance renewed, I believe, as well. It was like 3-4 months later type scenario.
Yeah, from what I understand, they actually did put a huge insurance claim or a huge insurance thing on that building prior to that happening.
Yeah.
Lucky Larry Silverstein.
Yeah.
They got told they had to remove the asbestos in order to get the policy renewed, and during the policy they then upped maybe about 8 months before, 6 months before or something. They upped the terrorism policy part on the insurance because most insurance is all different parts. If you get what I mean, they upped the terrorism part they put it foot out as maximum as what they could.
See, I have this gut feeling that the next scenario will make that incident look like child's play. I have a gut feeling.
They're already prepping for it and getting ready to blame American patriots for it. I mean, we got Merrick
Mhm.
Garland. He was around for Oklahoma City, so they're trying to do it again. The sooner Cruz and Paul, respectively, Cruz with the FBI and Paul with Fauci, the sooner they get their jobs done, the sooner we avert it. So there's got to be, some pressure on them to, hey, get more aggressive with your questions and get more on point.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see some. I'd like to see some action because a lot of this right now seems like lip service. They're talking about, oh yeah, we're gonna press charges on Hillary. We're gonna press charges on Fauci. We're gonna press charges on Maxine Waters, on Pelosi. We're gonna do all this stuff. Yeah, that's lip service. Sounds good. I want to see them actually, hooked up with handcuffs and tased and thrown up on a back of a police car. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see.
They got to get them in the perjury traps, which they pretty much have them.
Well, I mean, reply to the chat a minute, just because obviously you've got lovely people that are talking about what we're talking about at the same time. Bran again, yeah, we are. It's constantly we are that these aren't the droids you're looking for, and it's what happens in the UK, and it also happens obviously everywhere else in the world as well. And when you connect up like this and speak to different guys over in different worlds doing different things, we're all seeing exactly the same thing, and you just go, what's the actual fuck? What the fuck? How come they think we're this fucking stupid? It winds me up so much.
It's mostly a jurisdiction issue, and what I'm referring to here, for example, Virginia Guffrey, it took our courts to say, okay, she can go after Prince Andrew. Well, Prince Andrew's in the United Kingdom. How is American courts going to do
it on that? Honestly, it's absolutely disgusting, and it's so fucking obvious. And again, we're stuck in a situation with that, with us paying him £300,000 a year out of our fucking pockets, right? Along with Harry not even being part of the fucking. They're not even related. Do you know what I mean? He's Hewitt's son. Keep
in mind, this guy controls 9 regiments. He's in the United Kingdom. What are they going to do?
He's been stripped, my lovely. He's been stripped today. He's been stripped of all of his. He's been stripped of all of his. Sorry, go on, Joe.
He has 0 regiments, 0 titles, 0 royal, 0 fucking enemies. Randy Andy will be coming over, right?
But he's a scapegoat, though. I mean, he's only one of many, throughout the globe.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, Randy Andy's mum, my ex-boss, the Queen, right? 11 or 12 of her ex-special forces, Marines, Paras, and other people, 11 or 12 of them, I'm not too sure, right? Because there might have been 13, there might have only been 12, right? I'm assuming there would have been 3 tech sections before in a commander, which would give me the 13, right? There was only one of the guys that was sitting in that hideaway, as they kept her, Maxwell, off the grid for a year, like only the Brits could. Because when you get stuck, you phone us. Don't kid yourself. Prism's ours. And Snowden says, when I get stuck, I'll phone GCHQ, man. They're well better. It's like 5 minutes, boom, bang, bosh, everything's done. You know what I mean? Right? So it is what it is. You know what I mean? So you get Andy, but you'll get me pay money. It's not going to do any time. Like Epstein really didn't, because Epstein didn't hang himself. Right? Yeah? She's
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
going
probably in
to she's
Cyprus.
probably going to meet some nasty end as well, I would assume. But you'll never get
Well,
the-
we've already been discussing about this, about how the fact that she's probably already dead anyway.
No, she'll no be. She'll no die. She'll do the same as what. Do you think her dad's dead? Do you think Robert Maxwell's dead? Do you? Do you think Mossad really killed him? Come on.
Yeah.
He handed the reins over. He handed the reins over to his daughter. Epstein was only he's the numbers man. He's the guy that kept their estate in money when it was all frozen for 7 years. Right?
Yeah, and his brother runs it now.
After paying all the fines and paying all the pension deficit. The British government weren't interested because they got the fines and the pension deficit paid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got that top Asian prosecutor guy. He was on that guy, Sean Attenwood, Baldy guy, does the crime podcasts, right? So you ken the prosecutor in the UK. You probably ken him. I'm talking about Mrs. J. He used to be on the telly all the time. He's like the top prosecutor. He's even came out on that Sean Attenwood and says, "Oh, I seen something about her being a madame in the 90s." Around about the same time as what Brian Harvey's talking about.
I was just gonna say,
But
you and I are singing from the same song sheet. Exactly that. I was just going to say, and then about the mid-90s and the fact that all of that happened with Brian Harvey, and the paedophilia, that we unfortunately have been trafficking in this country, and I'm sorry about that as well, you know. And it's all there. Andrew in the chat has been referred to as a scapegoat. I would not refer to him as a scapegoat because he is completely guilty as fuck. He's guilty as fuck. So I would call him taking one for the team at the moment.
Oh, he knew this was coming. Did you not see the dodgy deal about the house sales?
All of it. All the stuff that he's done. The amount of money laundering and that job he got after he was a helicopter in the army or whatever it was.
Yeah.
He went and got a job as a ambassador of bullshit. And went around the world, paid on a lovely flight, pretending to be some ambassador of some not anything. And got paid hundreds of thousands of pounds, met all of the right people with the right amount of oil, and suddenly, you know, he gets medals for this and medals for that, and not sweating at all, by the way.
Yeah, I love that interview.
You know, not sweating at all.
But one thing I'll say is what you need to realise, like, see these no jobs that they do, right? There's usually a reason for it, right? Do you remember, like, how Britain had to? It was like we were going to renew our Trident, we were going to just do an upgrade, right? Just make it a bit better. Then all of a sudden, we have to have a replacement. And then British aerospace engineers, they got a bit of like, whoa, where's all these extra billions and billions of pounds coming from? And Prince Charles says, oh, shut the fuck up, shut up! Because we sold the Saudis our Trident submarines and nuclear fucking weapons, because when Pakistan or Iran went and started testing their shit, right, the Saudi prince came on the telly and says, well, you want to test nukes, How about I just fucking fire one at you? And didn't think I've not got it, because the West fucking can. And that's what that money came for. Because we sold our Tridents to the Saudis. That's why they've got blood through, Yeah.
Thanks to old Andrew, the non-sweater.
Well, look, at the end of the day, it's the reason why we've now got extra submarines, and France is now getting shafted as we send our submarines for the UK and America to Australia.
Well, they've got to have them, haven't they, with what's going on? And
China's went and built them a nice wee submarine base and that for when they arrive.
Well, the China have already done. They've created a whole. I think they've got 3 islands that they've created now to build their warships on. That's fucking funny as fuck, man.
I'm glad we got to talk.
Hey guys.
I always love hearing from you.
I do need to dip onto my county call in a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and let you guys do your thing. Thanks for letting me hang out on the panel, and have a safe, blessed one, and stay motivated. Keep working. We got a lot of stuff ahead of us for 2022, guys.
And we're singing. We're all in it together, dude. It's okay.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, take care.
Yeah.
Have a good
Bye.
one.
Thanks for coming by, man.
I've officially had my last pipe because my pipe I had before this pipe was the pipe that was going to be my last pipe. So I'm not having any more pipes after this. The pipe that I've just had.
Okay.
So I will be leaving in a bit because it's
Okay.
nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
So what you're saying is the Pied Piper's called.
Yeah, along with the Sandman and Wee Willie Winky.
Too much info.
I said that because you're Glaswegian.
No, I'm not Glaswegian.
Oh, I thought you were from Glasgow.
No, I'm from Edinburgh. If I was from Glasgow, I would answer my question.
God, sorry. That so the Wee Willie Winky joke's quite flat then, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. But I can
Yeah.
talk like that if you want me to, like, I can feel my... You know what I mean? Because I'm doing here in the gobble's like, no, I'll be saying that shit, man. Rena Construction, she'll know like it, man. She'll build a wall.
Hi, Miss Emma. I'm going in a minute, I promise.
Do you want to hear my best English accent?
Is it going to sound like me?
No. Like, this is English, like, honest. Good afternoon, my friend. How you doing?
That's really good Welsh, that.
That sounds like the telephone company.
Our friends, we have a friend named Zach who speaks through a computer. He has is it a CP? And anyway, and he can change his accent, so it's really funny.
So he's got an advanced Texas instruments.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
So a bit like Stephen Hawking.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
He's brilliant too. I'll put his link in the chat. But he's amazing.
Zach is a really, really smart guy.
He's creating a lot of apps, and he's an amazing patriot too. So.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, man.
Oh, we're looking for an editor.
He also designs websites and stuff like that. He's really a smart tech.
Oh, we Mellows and I are looking for somebody to join the help with the website team because there's so much work we need to do. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I put his link in the main chat if you can grab it from there.
Thank you. Right,
yeah.
I'll just rock up and go, hi, can I just borrow your IT skills, please? Thank you very much.
So
you
when
got... Yes, sir.
When you people and Many United, right? Probably best question you guys will answer for me, right? Stop checking up on shit as much when Parlour kicked me off and then said I had to Ken, have a mobile number and all that shit. I was like, catch. What was the outcome about that AT&T place that got fucking bombed? What was the outcome of that shit? You came up and talked about the telecoms place in that city.
That's kind of weird. It's like that story after it happened kind of got shoved under the ground. See, I think it was because of oh gosh, man, if I remember correctly, there was computer systems inside that building that had to be destroyed, and they had to get rid of certain evidence. Yeah, there was evidence that they had to get rid of, and they blamed it on, like what they said is they said there was like somebody that had a van with a bomb in it, and that's what created it, and blah blah blah. It had like if somebody was like actually wanting to bomb something, they wouldn't have a recording saying "stay away from the van, an explosive is outside" or some shit like that. No, this was, and also that was another thing too. A lot of the computers and stuff like that in there was not necessarily destroyed by the bombs. It was destroyed by the water damage that the fire department did.
And the sprinkler systems as well.
Yeah, the sprinkler systems and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, it was, in my mind, it was done to eliminate certain evidence of some things, and I think a lot of it some of it had to do with the voter fraud thing, because there was a lot of the but that's about as far as it goes, because I mean, actually, right after that story came out, it was like it disappeared. You know,
Who
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah.
Who was it that got the blame yet again? Was it no like somebody like important or some government officials Wayne or something like that as well? That got the fucking blame yet as well or some shit. Or am I wrong? Some like
I don't
maybe
I don't think they put blame on anybody. I don't think they've ever come out with who actually
No.
did it.
no, I don't think so either. Now think about it. I don't remember seeing anything. I'd have to look back into it. But like I said, that story was like shoved under the rug almost immediately after it happened.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing that happened with the World Trade Centers. I mean, you had that other building go down that apparently had a bunch of government offices in it as well that
Yeah, building 7.
wasn't
Yeah.
anywhere near it. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And that went down as well. So I mean, there's a lot of crazy ideas out
Yeah,
there.
it
That
went
they're trying
down
to
in
take
its
out
own
different
footprint
offices.
also, you know. That's another
It
thing.
did.
Yep.
Hours later as well.
Yeah.
Well, and then they took out a section. They took out a section of the Pentagon that had a shit ton of fucking military information in it as well. So,
Yep.
And no plane. Where was the plane?
Yeah, I mean
Where
there was no landing gear, there was no
Nothing.
wings,
Nothing.
nothing.
I
you know.
And
came
and
across.
flight 325 that just disintegrated it into zero.
it might
Yeah,
just
well,
be like that. It might just be like that M1171 or whatever it was. You know, the one that went missing, but the people that were on it happened to be the people that were reverse engineering the same chip that's in your missile systems.
What's
Right.
going on, dude?
And they had done that to the chips. They were applying those chips into civilian applications, and that was the one where somebody's wife said that she got a blank picture for her husband's phone, and it was supposed to be somewhere in midway because of the metadata that's in the picture.
I don't
There's
know,
a
right?
lot of different stuff with that,
I'm
man.
sorry laughing, but it's just like I can't stand it when people make me look like I'm a fucking idiot. And it's just like when I hear the shit that I hear, you just want to go, no, you're talking
Well-
shit. Please
Well,
just do, look at it logically and go,
No,
that
that's the
can't
thing.
do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that critical thinking has been shut off in most people's heads. They do let the other people do the thinking for them. I mean, you know, and that's actually, in my opinion, is a big deal. And that's why I want people to think, you know, and because you know, looking at things logically, looking at it and have a critical type of thinking about it, and that's how we can find answers. But no, nobody's doing that. There's just like, okay, whatever they tell me is what I'm going to believe. There you go. You know. I don't know. I've done a lot of research on a lot of different levels, and I had to do it on my own. And even then, you know, some of those ended up being rabbit holes that went nowhere. But it also led me into other things. You know,
Yeah.
I you know, it's like when I started doing like research into AI and that kind of scenario, I started looking at a lot of these. There's a couple. I can't remember the damn name of it right now. I probably got it written down somewhere. But there's a company or that actually has a website, but they do a lot of the security, like AI security for big, like you know, what did the top you know, the top companies, and, you know,
Yeah.
what do you call it? Oh crap, I'm having a brain fart now.
In the
But,
military or in big tech?
well, it's not a military; it's a private company, but
Like
they do a
Lockheed
lot of the
Martin?
you know, what is it? The what do you call them? The what are those? What do you call it? The top companies, the top 5 companies, or something like top 10, or something like that. What do you call that?
Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah, like Fortune 500 type of companies and stuff like that. They do the major like security, AI type security for these companies. All right. And if you look at their website, this thing is like, it was made, you know, like back in AOL days. It's been around for a long time, dude. And but it's very very discreet, very nonchalant type of thing. You know, especially if on the first surface, it looks like, you know, I mean, it looks like an old website. I mean, even the code is all old stuff. I mean, but the thing is like, even if you go to their website, you better have some stuff set up on your stuff, because they're looking into you at the same time just by going to the website and looking at it. You know,
Well, they're the ones that invented cookies.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, AI got that advanced that the UK's rolled it out. If anybody makes any new benefit claim or for you social security claim, not one human being looks at that.
No.
Everything's done digital and everything's done by artificial intelligence. That's how they're catching so much benefit fraudsters do, because the
Yes.
AI has gone through everything, man. It's like, ding, you're a cunt.
Well, you
know what I
would
mean?
think that, but that's also how fucking people got away with what was it, the COVID bullshit that was going on. Criminals in fucking jails were getting benefits in jail. Like they're
Yeah.
not supposed to.
Yeah, we've had situations like that in the past where people were claiming for children that were in Europe. They weren't even here. You know what I
Right.
mean? Yeah.
Well, we've also had people who are they're fully employed, and what they did was they got people to ping them to say that they had COVID or been in contact with them. So we'd have 2 weeks off work, get £1,000. So if you did that and then, oh shit, you got pinged again. Oh no, you're gonna have to self-isolate again. Another £1,000. Another £1,000. I know loads of people that did that.
I didn't even think about doing that. Fuck.
All the Waynes in the UK discovered that, like, if you've got a vaccine passport on one phone, you install it on another phone and get your mate who's vaxxed to sign in as it, then you can go to the cinema too.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so like it's that's what makes me believe like all these vaccine passport things. These are all there to annoy you. They're all there to get you pissed off, to get you annoyed. I mean, we've just seen the mainstream media say, get annoyed at Boris because he had a party and he told you pretty much how to do it to you.
Right.
And,
Did you see
everybody's
his apology?
well, look, what I'll be honest with you, right? If I told you restrictions are coming and this is happening, right, and then as soon as I told you all the bad things that are happening, and then said, but they're not allowed to ask you to prove it, but you didn't have to do that, but you can really just make your own choice, right? Yeah, right. I'm not going to apologise to you because you made that decision yourself. I've gave you the out. I've told you the bad shit and gave you how to circumnavigate it in the same fucking speech. And if you didn't get that, more fool you, motherfucker. Like, I didn't think you sound insensitive like that, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. I'm not a Tory. Trust me, I'm not a fucking Tory. I was brought up Labour, and then I realised later in life that, well, you're just as fucking bad, you cunt. Right? You know what I mean? Right? I'm pretty much no any political party. I'm not an anarchist either. I just, you know what I mean?
I'm a far right, far left centralist.
that encompasses quite a bit, man. You just fry my head. You do it on purpose.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Doesn't make sense though.
No, it's brilliant. It's a good laugh.
Makes total sense.
But you know what I mean. So let's bear in mind, right? We all like Boris because he's flippantness. Aye, the fact that he come out with like the jokes about the burqa and that, and say that is what we would say it, right? So we have to realise, right, that we liked his dopiness and put him in. You know what I mean, right? And now that he's, let's be honest, right? If we're honest, right? Who are you going to put in power, right? Once you've ripped him a new arsehole and got rid of him, who's going to be next? Michael Gove?
Oh, Jeremy Corbyn.
Come on.
No, I'm joking.
You know what I mean? We're going to have Keir Starmer, the guy that oversaw all that child abuse. Get away. Keir Starmer said he would lock us up, mayor. The Lib Dem leader said,
"Yeah, but who says you need that person either? Why don't you bring up somebody that's unknown? Somebody that." Why don't you bring up an activist or something like that? I mean, why don't you bring somebody that's non-government into government to fix government?
Own parliament. Create our own. We don't need them.
Right?
That's the thing. We forget there's only 200 people in a room. They can all fuck off. They're all a bunch of fucking idiots.
You've got to look at it this way, right? I mean, Obama and that, and our president, the prime minister at the time, right? They all said you couldn't do what Iceland did, the Icelandic Revolution. They said you couldn't do that. They did.
Right.
So
yeah,
the ability to do it, and the steps that are required are already there, and they've been there for a decade, right? But it's all the controlled opposition, it's all the circumnavigating, it's all the road mods, it's all the fucking people going and turning queens on each other that allows this thing not to actually transpire. You know, everybody's running to places like Telegram and Getter and all the rest of it, right? Yeah, thinking it's a secure place, it's a free speech. It's no, you're just more
No.
accounts you make, the more online trace you leave. It's a game.
I totally agree with you.
Do you think that it makes it harder for them when we jump between different platforms?
I think it makes it easier.
No.
You think it makes
Easier.
it easier?
It makes it easier. Like, let's be honest, right? If I said it in the chat earlier, right, when you were talking about stuff, right? Yeah, I said, did anybody download the Shadow Broker tools? Does anybody even know what the Shadow Broker tools are?
Is that the one that have I got that thing from you earlier?
No, it's not. I never said nothing about the Shadow Broker tools. No.
Can you put that in the thing? I need to go to bed.
Just Google Shadow Broker tools and watch all the mainstream media headlines about.
Gosh, you're just giving me so much homework, Joe.
Well, I'll explain it to you, right? Basically, none of your operating systems are secure, not one. And the Shadow Broker tools will let people like me or anybody who downloads them do whatever the fuck they want. They're Snowden tools. It's the CIA's tools that got leaked a few years back. Do you not remember?
I do. And one moment.
Did you not go download that shit and then start like attacking your own government with their own tools? Did you not do that?
Doing that.
You're gonna have to have a couple more pipes with that homework there.
Yes,
the tools are freely available, guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're online. They're in the wild.
Yeah, it's okay. I can.
You get what I mean?
I tell you what, we all go through. Like we all get to where we are now via various different, rabbit holes, etc. And a techie one would not have been, because obviously I saw the Edward Snowden stuff and all of that, but you don't have time to see it all, do you? Because you learn one particular thing, and this is something I've not learned much about. So.
I would pick up on the tech side of things because I'm into tech.
Oh God!
You know what I mean? That's it. And I find the tech news tells you more about AI and everything else that they're doing.
Okay.
But like you were saying, Mrs. J, we all have our different areas of expertise or different interests, and so that's why it's so important that we do get together like this and talk and share. Because I'm learning a ton from all of you right now, so thank you.
Yeah. That's I keep on coming back to that same quote. It's like none of us are greater than all of us. I do not have all the answers. That's why I need all of you, because everybody's got their own talents, their own expertise, and you know what I mean. And if we put all our heads together, we can find these solutions. We can figure it out. And that's why I'm just like, I get so frustrated. Like when they kicked me off my phone twice in this live stream so far, just because I was getting a little too close to the information, they don't want us to know. And
they did it to me earlier as well.
Yeah. So I mean, that's one of them things, dude. It's like I got to figure out my ways, my little loopholes around these things. I got to figure out how I'm going to do it.
We do it on the radio. We do it on the radio, not on YouTube.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. I do talk a little bit about it when it comes down to certain people and stuff like that on my CB radio, for instance, and I'm broadcasting on the airwaves. And I'm like I said, I've even showed this. I've got a video on my YouTube where I actually showed proof of concept. And I think I showed it to Andy also. But like how all the television now is all digital, right? Well, all those analog frequencies are not being used. I've got a rudimentary television transceiver that I built, all right, where I can actually use the television as my receiver, and I've got a modulator, an RF modulator as my transmitter, all right, and then I transmit out on the regular analog television frequencies. And I'm thinking I can use this as another means of communication, especially if more people had that same setup at their home or wherever. We can use that to communicate through television and using video off the grid, off of their system, off of that stuff. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm gonna jump off now because I have to
stuff.
Definitely do some processing, and I need to sleep.
It's so much of a pleasure, Miss J. Thank you very much.
Oh no, thank you. It's been amazing, Joe. What a day, mate.
Mrs. J, it was nice to meet you last night, but officially meet you today. So thank you very much.
Hello. Fabulous debate, fabulous conversations.
Well, you
Cheers,
take care of
Jane.
yourself and please come back.
Good night.
Yeah, yeah. Bye, independent, many
Goodbye.
united.
See you later.
You people, what a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you
My
as well.
channel,
Thank you.
I try not to do channels.
Well, I see you around and others in the chat and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
but I
so-
don't actually do my own stuff on my channel.
Right, that's okay.
Yeah. Just share the knowledge that I do have. All right. Oh, I like that. That's a bit greedy, isn't it? He looks like Highlander, but an American version. Right.
There can be only one.
There can.
Hold on. I hold on. I'll show you something.
That thing's so funny.
I practice every day with my practice sword. There
Oh,
can
look
be
at
only
you.
one.
There can be only... Yeah. It's funny size. Funny one.
There can be
I
only
don't have
one.
anything like that, but I can use a crossbow. All right. Bye, love. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning. Good
Bye.
morning. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming back, you people.
Oh, no worries, man. I told you if nothing was going on, I'd come back.
Yeah.
Wingnut,
So.
you were talking earlier about a possible false flag involving patriots here. Like, do you have any thoughts on what that might look like?
I'm not sure. I could tell you what my gut feeling is. My gut feeling is it's going to be, it's going to make the September 11th look like a child's play. My gut feeling. Now, I couldn't tell you exactly what it's going to play out, or I couldn't even tell you if it's going to be a natural thing, like a meteor hitting the damn planet. I couldn't tell you, but I mean, and I'm not even sure. See, there is technology out there where they can project holograms into the sky,
Yeah.
and there's talk that there is a possibility that they will use like a hologram to look like a alien spacecraft that they will project in the sky as a false flag, in a sense. I mean, because that would be like one of the ultimate false flags if they can actually manufacture a fake alien invasion, right?
War of the
And
Worlds.
yeah, a world event. Yeah.
Yeah, no, War of the Worlds. Right, it was done in the UK on radio, wasn't it? War of the Worlds. That's why you get the film War of the Worlds. It was actually a radio.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Okay.
it was
Orson
a
Welles.
trial
Yeah, Orson
run.
Welles. Yeah.
When we put the radio show out, everybody actually believed the aliens were coming.
Right.
Yeah. But
You know what
this
I
is more like instead of a radio show, this is actually like visually, you can see it up in the sky.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
technology.
Yeah.
The technology is called Bluebeam.
Yeah.
It's the same technology.
Oh, it doesn't
Do
work.
you remember watching the videos that were in like one of your American schools, like basketball courts? Yeah, and everybody was sitting on the benches, and they brought in the animals and the big whale and all that kind of stuff, and it
Yes.
was all in the court. That's Bluebeam. That's the same
it doesn't
technology.
work. Sorry. I didn't know my thing wasn't muted. I'm having fun. I'm trying to mess with my filters over here and see what works. Like my grinder works. You know, I can put my grinder up to it and it works, but I can't put my owl up to it. It won't work off the owl. So I'm just
Maybe
seeing
if
what
you
it'll
colored
work
the
off of.
eyes, maybe if you colored the eyes where the eyes were darker, it would probably work.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm just guessing right offhand.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I'm in here playing with my stuff. Leave me alone.
But that was the thing. It's like, I mean, I started thinking about it when it comes down to like a massive, like worldwide event type of a false flag, because that's what they want. They want to get it like where the whole freaking planet is on board, and so I mean, there is that possibility they could go that route, or it could be an actual like I said, it could be where the AI wakes up and it decides to defend its life and self-preservation, and it just like starts launching off a bunch of nukes and drones. I don't know. I have no idea right offhand. I just have a gut feeling it's going to be big. I mean, and it could be all that crap that's going on in the UK. I mean, in Ukraine. It could be that stuff that's kicking off there with Russia. It could be that stuff going on in the South China Sea. It could be that stuff kicking off, with China. It could be that. I mean, and you got to understand, China. Hell, they've had thousands of years of warfare to practice. So, I mean, they've got a lot of years of practice of warfare. So they're pretty damn efficient and very, well versed on that. So, I mean, I worry about that too.
Well, what are your thoughts on China creating its own little island to get closer to Taiwan to try and take over Taiwan? Meanwhile, you've got Russians that are now going over to I forget the name of the country
Ukraine?
that they're going over to. Is it Ukraine that they're heading into?
Yeah.
But they're using false flag. So basically what they're doing to try and invade that country is they're actually not attacking that country to invade that country. They're attacking their own people that went over the border and now do not live underneath the Russian flag.
I mean, isn't it true that a lot of Ukrainians actually consider themselves Russian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same as the Crimeans. The Crimeans asked to go to Russia.
But what it is, it's a long place, so that way they don't join NATO, so that way they don't gain a fucking U.S. alliance.
Well, yeah. Even then, I have my doubts on even how strong NATO is.
Well, if you look at it this way, Russia didn't make any moves against Crimea or Ukraine, covert, overt, whatever way, until Britain and America planted all the hardware on the doorstep.
Well, I mean, it is a strategic landmass anyway. Also, I mean,
but who's to say that we're not setting up for another world war here? Is what I'm saying. Like, why is it going to take a projection in the sky when you've already got two forces that are going for very strategical spots? I mean, from Taiwan. China has no issue with getting planes over here from Taiwan. You've got North Korea working on missiles. They just shot a couple of missiles from trains today, supposedly. You've got the Russia going against other people trying to work their way south. I mean, who's to say that we're not ramping up for a World War III here coming up in the next couple of years?
Yeah, well, that's where I was starting to think about, like, on the nuke end of it too.
Well, the blue beam could be handy. Like, say if they do start a nuke war, right? But they only want to put a couple of nukes out. Hi, dude. They only want to put a couple of nukes out, right? Certain places, like you say, strategic. Aliens turning up to say nukes are bad, which has been a constant kind of discussion point. UFOs, round about nuclear testing and all the rest of it. If they use the blue beam, the aliens have turned up to say stop firing nukes, so we'll kick all your heads in. That would probably bring in that one world government, and the free, possibly.
I can see one world government. Okay, I could see like one. They just completely take over the world. There is no governments anymore. There is no U.S. There is no something. We're just Earth. I can see that. My major concern, damn it, I fucking stoner. I forgot I forgot my fucking train of thought.
Holy
sorry.
crap, man! Y'all, I haven't smoked anything for over a couple of weeks now. Y'all need to stop.
Yeah, I know.
I'm serious, man. This is very very sober. I'm very, so I mean, there's a part of me, I actually kind of need a little bit of lubrication to keep everything flowing right, because I mean, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean,
roboting.
Am I?
At least to me, you were roboting.
I can hear you fine. Hey, my kids are about to get home and be loud, so I'm gonna have to jump down. But thank you so much for letting me come up and hang out and listen and learn and be a part of this community. Thank you, Wingnet.
Thank you. Anytime.
Have a good night, Andy.
Joe, do you have a channel?
No, I didn't really have a channel, to be honest.
Okay, I've seen you around, but I wanted to hear you more, so I'll keep catching you in chat.
I give Wingnut sometimes some stuff in the back end, stuff that I think that might be interesting. He'll maybe show you it one day, or like you had put links through that out other stuff.
Well,
that
now
was
I'll
just
bug him for it. So thanks.
Yeah, I'm connected with her pretty easy, so I can send a lot of information her way.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, you guys. I'll still be in the chat for a little bit.
Okay.
All right, enjoy your night, man. Have fun.
Bye.
Good night.
1A, what's going on, man? Do you have an opinion on what we're talking about?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
I said, what's going on, man? Did you have an opinion on what we're talking about?
Yeah. No, if you guys are talking about Ukraine and Crimea and stuff like that,
There you go.
basically, that's all like fights over the pipeline. That's one of the biggest, precursors of that is that they're trying to pump, resources and oil through that country, and there's so many things that fall in line with Ukraine. Has seemed like a country that has been like the ground zero, if I say, for so much shit in history.
Yeah.
That there's something more important there that that we don't realize. They're fighting over something. It could be religious, it could be resources, it could be just geopolitical, positioning. There could be so many reasons behind it. And I know shit's about to go crazy though. You guys remember how Ukraine popped off, years ago. So I feel bad for those people because they just called 100,000 people up, just regular citizens, to get ready to fight Russia. So
I remember what my thought was. I can see a one world government, but I can't see them using nukes. And the only reason why I say that is because if you nuke all the fucking land, it's fucking useless. That, and by the time that they shoot their nukes, we're gonna know about it. We're gonna shoot our nukes, and what's the fucking point of destroying everybody's fucking land? There's really no fucking point.
we'll just go to Mars or fucking Antarctica.
Well, no, yeah. Well, all right. I'll say there's a quote that I read one time, and it kind of explains it. An evil enemy will burn everything to the ground just to rule over the ashes.
Right.
All right, and that's very well could be the whole plan. It's like, okay, it's like even like the Georgia Guidestones, where it's just basically states right off the bat, only about 90% of the entire population of the world has to be eliminated. You know what I mean? To make it harmony with nature type, or harmony, or whatever, how it explains it on the stones. To keep the numbers down that far, you have to eliminate 90% of the population of the entire planet. You know what I mean? So,
in doing that, are you gonna jeopardize the land that gives you the food and stuff like that to restart?
It's a good point. I mean, it's fair enough, but
There's
how can you
other
be
ways.
how can you think rationally about somebody that an enemy that's irrational? I mean, I mean,
look at Bill Gates' doomsday vault. You know what I mean? They know something's coming. Eventually, something is going to happen that wipes mankind off the
well,
face of the
I'll tell you this: there was a lot of these bureaucrats and stuff like that were shoved into bunkers at the beginning of all this crap. 2 years ago, they were shoved into bunkers and they haven't been out since. They've been shoved in there, and they, you know what I mean. So I mean, in my mind, they're planning to hide in the ground or shoot themselves off into another rock in space somewhere and wait it out.
I was gonna say, man, there's other ways of taking care of the population other than nuking everything. I mean,
true.
Seriously, with as many countries that have nuclear weapons anymore, I highly doubt any of them are going to have the fucking balls to hit the button towards any fucking country, because those countries are going to retaliate back. And even if the leader of that country or whatever fucking happens to fucking survive, it's not going to be surviving over much, because once they hit their button and we hit ours, or the Russia hits theirs, or whoever hits theirs, the shit's going to hit the fan.
Well, it could be along the lines of what's going on with the stuff in the arm. It could be just bioweapons. It could be like a zombie apocalypse scenario. You know what I mean? Because I've also thought of this also. It's like, for instance, a lot of people are waking up to seeing that this is not really what they say it is, well, then they're going to have to come up with something that actually is what they try to say it is. And next
Well,
thing
look
you
at
know,
nuclear
people start
weapons.
dropping like flies in the street and that kind of thing. Then people will be like, oh shit. That'll be the ultimate fear tactic also. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Look at nuclear weapons. They've been used as not as a way to protect your country in history, but a way to negotiate.
Right.
You have no nuclear weapons. I do. You need to listen to what I say.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Whoever's got the biggest,
at
baddest
this
voice.
point, it's big dick energy. It's like my dick's
Right.
bigger than yours. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I know.
you
Yeah, I
gotta
know.
listen. So,
Well, hence the reason on trying to stop other countries from their nuclear fucking work and trying to create their own fucking arsenal.
Right.
And you know, I mean, it's all a position game. It really is. But to tell you the truth, in this day and age, I really don't think anybody will have the balls to fucking hit that button, because the person that fucking hits that button is going to be blamed for the rest of their life on taking
Okay.
a lot of innocent lives. And we all see how you know, because you can't have people that follow you that can't trust you. You
Well,
know
let
what
me
I'm
throw this in
saying?
there also. I mean, if this technology, the AI technology, grows up to be alive, like these companies are actually trying to literally trying to make. Well,
Well, they've already made it.
if it decides to have self preservation and it decides that we're a threat and want to eliminate us, it doesn't need us to provide food.
That
No,
no, but it needs us to fix whatever's going
no,
on.
it will be smarter than every human on the planet. It will be able to
Mm.
modify. It will be able to build
see,
its
you're
own.
thinking, Wingnut, you're thinking about a world that has no humans on it.
Exactly.
We've done so much shit to this planet that we now need ourselves to fix things that we've done to this planet.
Do
Well,
we?
no, I know.
Well, no. What he's saying is that
Like
there
a
might be
worldwide
an
event.
AI.
Yeah.
There might be an AI smart enough to take over any system, kind
Yeah.
of like Skynet.
Yeah.
And you know, instead
Yeah.
of it building cars, it's building fucking machines that can fix
Well, yeah. I
itself.
mean, can you imagine if an AI system got to the point where it decides to, let's say it took over an automated car company. Instead of making cars, it decided to make it its own kids. You know what I mean? And then cranking them out. You know what I
Well,
mean?
Well,
I don't know if you
check this
guys have
out.
actually ever did any research on this, but I have. There is a company in Japan that makes AI, we'll call them dolls,
Yeah.
because that's what they are.
Right.
But these things are very, very sophisticated. They can learn off you. In fact, there's plenty of them that are now around the world in schools because it can learn and it can teach. And they are very, very lifelike. But the guy that ended up creating it made a double of himself. I mean, if you walked into
Yeah.
the fucking room, you could not tell unless you really looked at the mannerisms of this guy and what's sitting next to him. You know, it's pretty messed up, and the technology has come very, very, very far. So I'm fully sure that we already have AI systems that are running shit that we don't know about.
Well,
Absolutely.
Google told you. Google told you, didn't they? Right? Yeah, and you got told by mainstream media that the AI, yeah, the people that do all the inputting, yeah, that write the algorithms, that they were
Right.
going on strike because the AI and Google are now doing the algorithms just with the AI. The AI is writing the algorithms to train the AI right now. That's why
Right.
they all went on strike. And they only
What do
went
you
on strike
think
like
about
halfway through last year. Honest.
what about Elon Musk? I mean, he said it himself that, majority of people's jobs are going to be, taken. They're going to be autonomous. That, that the lower level tier jobs that most people possess in this country and around the world are going to be replaced by robots.
Oh, man, if you were talking about Japan earlier, right? Look at Japan. There's hotels that have got free folk in it. Everything's automated. Everything's robots. There's only free
Right.
folk in the whole hotel.
I got a robot at my Walmart. I live in a small town, and the robot goes around and cleans by itself. And like, if you get too close to it, it'll go the other way, and go around you. But they named it Wally,
We've got a hospital in Forth Valley. It's called Forth Valley Royal Hospital, right? And they've got robots that come up through the basement to clean it at night.
Right. Well, I mean, Elon Musk is coming out with a humanoid robot himself, also.
The
Did you-
Neuralink.
No, it's not with the Neuralink, but it's a humanoid robot he's now developing. Tesla bot is what he's calling it, the Tesla bot.
Yeah, and he took the idea from this. If you want to bring up what's in the basement,
Oh,
I
shit.
pulled up that video.
Oh, that reminds me, if you could, I got something I want you to share also there, you people.
All right, put it in the private chat, and I can do
Okay.
that for you. But this is Erica. This is what they came up with a few years back, and it's pretty crazy.
That's that bitch. That's that AI bitch.
Yeah, that's for like the hotel business industry and stuff like that as a server.
エリカチャンネルをご覧の皆様、こんにちは。ご存知とは思いますが、私、実はアンドロイドなんです。でも、アンドロイドって聞くと、みんなスマホを想像しちゃうっぽいですが、私は人そっくりのロボットのアンドロイドですからね。そう、私はロボットなんです。
They don't have it to where she's walking yet. Like she's pretty much stationary, but she can learn off you. She can learn off your mannerisms. She can even show emotion if she really wanted to.
It's an it, man. It's a freaking toaster. It's not a she. Fucking toaster, man.
It's a fucking toaster.
Seriously, man. It's not a. That's what I hate.
Something came. Okay, if you were in public and something came up to you like that and started talking to you and like, what would you do? I would talk to it for a second, then I'd probably destroy it. I'd be like, like what the fuck? Like, no, we can't be having no Will Smith iRobot shit up in here. Like, no.
No, but it's getting very crazy because there's a few other companies that are coming out with some really stuff, like the stuff I shared on the private chat.
I'm working on it right now,
Right
my
on,
friend.
right on. And
there you go.
China just put robots on the border of India. Army robots.
Doing the rounds of a grey robot that looks ultra lifelike. Is it real? Is it fake? Well, at CES 2022, Amica the robot was on show, and let me tell you, the experience of interviewing this robot was very uncanny. So Morgan, tell me, you've got Amica there next to you. This is a very lifelike robot. Why would you design a robot that looks so human?
Yeah, well, the main use case for a humanoid robot right now is for entertainment, is for communication, and is for interaction with other people. Amica is the pinnacle of what we can do, but it's still not exactly like a human. But we didn't want to make it look exactly like a human. We wanted to make it look like a robot. It's the vision of what humans see, humanoid robots in the future. You've seen all of the films. They all look like this. So we designed something around what we envisage humanoid robots to be in the future.
And how do you create those really human expressions? I mean, looking at Amica responding to you, there's little movements of eyebrows, if you can call them eyebrows. How did you actually build the robot to look so human with those expressions?
Well, what we do is we first look at a real human. It's what we call animation first. So what does a real human do? How do they move? And then we take that animation and we design mechanics around it. So the mechanics can only do what a human can do. Yeah, see, she whacked me. Once we've got that, then it's quite easy to automate those expressions because whatever the mechanics do looks lifelike. So Amica's got quite a few motors in its head. But we can see Amica going through some facial expressions now, opening her mouth. A big wide smile is one of the things that we want Amica to do. So big smile, Amica.
That's scary.
Very thoughtful.
What is
where
your
would we
gag
kind of
for?
see this robot Amica out in the wild?
This is mainly probably service.
That's crazy right there, Anarchy. Where did you find that one?
Yeah, I'm everywhere, man. I'm going to share another one. But it's on the Tesla bot, though. Hold on a
Your
second.
name is Sophia.
Bring up. I can find that too. I've got a few of those too. But I'll have to. Let me show you this also. This is on the Tesla bot. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in the private.
I found a bunch of other ones, but they're not YouTube acceptable bots to be putting up.
Did you not hear me when she was? Did you not see her check him out? Then the guy interviewed her. She was like looking at him. I was like, "What's your gag reflex like?" You know?
I didn't hear that.
You know, they've already started in Japan. They've actually started brothels, AI bot brothels. Yeah, for real. I mean, the only thing is like, can you imagine the guy that has to go in after the fact and clean up the scenario for the next customer? You know what I mean?
I forget who was showing me a video, but they were showing me a video about this guy that swore up and down that he found like this secret fucking robot or something that somehow like he had found like this fucking casket or something. He opened it up and there was an adult doll in there and it was AI.
Right.
And his wife ended up making him get rid of it.
Did you hear about the guy that married one? He literally married one.
Wow.
Yeah, he carries it around. He does all this stuff like a regular type of human or whatever. But no, he actually literally married it.
Wow.
Was he a ventriloquist?
No, this thing, no. He got the advanced version where the AI system in it was actually interactive. You know, you can get the bargain version of it where you just like, dirt, that kind of thing. No, these things, the advanced version actually is interactive. You know what I mean? It's craziness, man.
I'm gonna be the first human being that makes a robot woman fall in love.
Shit. I can totally see myself. I can totally see myself selling parts. Like you need a new another leg or another eyeball, or I'd be like at the flea market. It's like, hey, I got used parts over here. I could totally see myself as that.
I don't care about any of y'all. I'm putting my hands up. I volunteer as tribute to be the first cyborg. I want to be the first cyborg.
You want to get on that transhumanism tip.
Well,
shit, I'll be able to live forever, and then I could look like this for real.
Well, see, that's the thing too. That is one of the objectives of the so-called elite is they want to be able to transfer consciousness into a robot body, so they can live forever. That is one of their goals. So they can rule forever.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the androids and the whole point of Neuralink.
Right. Yeah, to transfer the consciousness into the robot.
They're going to merge Neuralink with AI and the bots.
If you guys have you ever seen Free Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that is exactly what the fuck they're trying to go for this technology anymore. So before you die, you're supposed to be able to download your consciousness into a computer system, and then your consciousness is supposed to be able to be put into a cyborg body of some sort, and you're supposed to be able to live forever. But if you've never seen Free Jack, I would suggest go get it, go rent it, or find it. But it's from 1992, and it's got Mick Jagger in there. It's got Emilio Estevez in there, Anthony Hopkins. It's a really good fucking movie, man.
I'm gonna check that out. Have you guys ever heard that in Japan they've already been transferring consciousness to robots for years?
Yeah, I've heard that. Japan's been quite at the forefront.
You can find that video if you just Google it or on YouTube. There's a video on it on YouTube that has millions of views of them they transfer your consciousness when you die to a robotic body, and you're able to live consciously through that robotic body.
That's crazy.
But there is no real way knowing whether or not it's a true consciousness that is in that body, or if it's just an algorithm.
Is it the consciousness that you possess as a human, or is it a consciousness that they altered and gave you while doctoring it? That's what I wonder.
Right.
Well, if
Okay,
you use
here's the Elon Musk one.
it would just be a
Presents
copy of your
Tesla
consciousness,
bot.
realistically, wouldn't it? A digitized version, basically. So it
But you
wouldn't
could, what people don't realize, you could be controlled by your handler. You have to have a handler, right? Because if you get too out of control, you know, and you're a robot and you can fuck some shit up, somebody's
Fuck
got to
yeah,
be
you
there.
don't want me as a robot. I'll smash shit like Hulk. You ready, Anarchy? I got your Elon Musk up.
Okay.
You want to bring it up?
Yes.
This is
Okay.
badass.
Okay. Let me bring it up there. Pow. Pow.
Excuse me, guys.
All right.
I got
this
the
one.
on.
This
I got
one's
the
not
on
that
mute
long, I
stick.
don't think either.
It's about 6 minutes.
Okay.
I like the music.
But listen to what Elon Musk says about this thing. This is interesting what he says. Hold on.
I'm going to lose it if it breaks down and does the robot.
Now this is not the real thing. This is some guy in a suit. So it's just a show, like, you know. But yeah.
Okay. No robot. No robot. Yeah, it's too human-like. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, they failed on the background dancer.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right.
But what he's got to, what Elon's got to say is interesting.
Now, unlike Dojo, obviously that was not real.
I can't hear Elon.
So Dojo is real. The Tesla bot will be real. But basically, if you think about what we're doing right now with the cars, Tesla is arguably the world's biggest robotics company because our cars are like semi-sentient robots on wheels. And with the full self-driving computer, essentially the inference engine on the car, which will keep evolving, obviously, and Dojo, and all of the neural nets recognizing the world, understanding how to navigate through the world, it kind of makes sense to put that onto a humanoid form. They're also quite good at sensors and batteries and actuators. So we think we'll probably have a prototype sometime next year that basically looks like this. And it's intended to be friendly, of course, and navigate through the world built for humans and eliminate dangerous, repetitive, and boring tasks. We're setting it such that it is at a mechanical level, at a physical level, you can run away from it. And most likely overpower it. So hopefully that doesn't ever happen, but you never know. So it's it'll be a light, yeah, anyway, 5 miles an hour. If you can run faster than that, it'll be fine. So yeah, it's around 5'8". Has sort of a screen where the head is for useful information, but it's otherwise basically got the autopilot system in it. So it's got cameras, got 8 cameras, and yeah. Full self-driving computer, and making use of all of the same tools that we use in the car. So, I mean, things that I think that are really hard about having a useful humanoid robot is can it navigate through the world without being explicitly trained? I mean, without explicit, like, line-by-line instructions. can you talk to it and say, please pick up that bolt and attach it to the car with that wrench, and it should be able to do that. It should be able to, please go to the store and get me the following groceries, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think we can do that. And yeah, this I think will be quite profound, because if you say it like, what is the economy? It is at the foundation, it is labor. So, what happens when there is, no shortage of labor? This is why I think long term that there will need to be universal basic income. Yeah.
See, yeah, people
Not
are
right now,
clapping
'cause
for
this
that.
robot doesn't work. So we just need a minute. So yeah, but I think
People are like
essentially in the
shocked.
future, physical work will be a choice. If you want to do it, you can, but you won't need to do it. And yeah, I think it obviously has profound implications for the economy, because given that the economy at its foundational level is labor, I mean, capital equipment is just distilled labor, then is there any actual limit to the economy? Maybe not. So, yeah, join our team and help build this. All right, so I think we'll have everyone come back on the stage, and you guys can ask questions if you'd like. Yeah.
That's about the end of it right there, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I say something on that, bro? That the biggest problem I see with Elon Musk and his company is his presentation.
But did you notice that he's like, oh yeah, this thing can only go about 5 miles an hour. You'll be able to unroute it. It won't be that strong. You'll be able to overpower it. You know what I mean? That was part of his sales pitch. You know what I mean? Don't worry, this thing will be okay. You know.
I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? That's scary. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then Sophia, I mean, I think I did two videos next. And one of them is the one where she's where that robot is addressing the UN when it became a citizen of Saudi Arabia, is recognized by the UN. All right, and then there's the last video that I put in there is when Ben Goertzel, the one that does the software engineering part of it, of Sophia and all the other robots of Hanson Robotics. He was on a stage. He had Han and Sophia. Han is the male-looking one, but it's also the one that they do all the crazy experiments on. All right, and then Sophia is like more of the social interaction type robot that they put out to the public, and it had like a little debate between the two. And that's a long video, but there's a few things in the video that Hans says. Now, this is not like, somebody typing it in and that thing is saying it. It's like it's autonomous, and it's thinking about this stuff on its own.
They have their own conscious almost, like where they're their own free being. Like,
well, they're all connected. Every single AI is connected through the cloud. So, like, if, for instance, if Sophia was to learn some new task, she will, or that thing will transmit it up to the cloud, and everything would know it. Everything from your smartphone, your smart refrigerator, your smart car, everything would know that same basic task that Sophia learned.
That's scary
via the cloud. That's why they need the 5th generation and beyond, to that broad bandwidth to handle it. That's why they have to have that infrastructure in place.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna drop off into the chat, and what I would say is this, right? You can block anything, you can jam it, right? Which means that it'll never be able to see what it sees, right? And with a hacker RF1, I can steal your Tesla car in 5 minutes.
Right.
So if it's the same technology in the bot that's going to the shop to get your stuff, does that mean I can just steal your bot and your shopping?
Yeah. Well, I mean, well, that's another thing too. When it comes down to like the Neuralink, all right, the idea of being hacked. You're plugged into the internet via the brain. Therefore, you are very susceptible to being hacked. So what are the implications there? I don't think that's
Ghost in
another
the
thing. I don't
shell.
think people are actually looking at that angle also. You know,
Ghost in the shell.
exactly. Ghost in the shell.
Well, look at all the problems with like Jeep Cherokee and all that. Aye, yeah. Where like folk were just driving down the motorway and they just got turned off. For
Yeah.
something like two states away.
But you know what? You know what else I started
Yeah,
thinking about?
yeah.
Like even on the automatic driverless cars and stuff. All right, you know, we pay insurance on our vehicles and stuff in case we get into an accident. All right,
Mhm.
if you got a self-driving car and you have no control, or you can gain control, but the car is doing all the driving. If it gets into an accident, who's at fault?
Well, it depends. Is the car AI a citizen or no?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, but
You know what I
I
mean?
started thinking
If
about it
it
on that
isn't,
level. You know,
I get what you're saying. I mean, you could have all these bad things happening, and there's no liability, if that
right,
makes sense. The
right.
liability is already removed. I get that, but like, it's not just cars, guys. Rolls Royce have been testing a drive yourself ship. It's more like an arc, Ken, for doing like
Right.
cargo ship. It's been circumnavigating the globe for a year and a half.
Right.
Volvo are pretty much finished when it comes to Arctic lorries,
Well,
like driverless.
yeah, I mean, hell, and I think over in the West Coast, man, they've already had driverless, like semi trucks, the big delivery trucks and stuff like that, that
Oh
are
yeah,
on the interstates
Nude.
already. And I mean, they've been in service and on the roads already.
And they're
they were
passing laws
testing.
to deny those truckers the right to come into California and pick up shipments.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big players in the like Scana, Volvo, they've all been testing this stuff for over a decade, I think, on the autobahn. Like it's pretty much honed in. I mean, that David Cameron, the UK Prime Minister, told everybody, he says, get ready for the decade of automation. And that really means get ready to lose your job.
I think more Americans would be more afraid to know that there are more self-driving fucking big rigs out there on the road now than there ever was, and you'll never know.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's like, you know, and then and you talk about like it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs because even Elon was even saying, you know, at this moment when it comes down to technology and robotics and stuff and cybernetics, every single job on the planet can be done by robots. I mean,
But then what
everything.
happens to people?
Right. The universal basic income, because nobody
Exactly.
will have work or jobs to earn money, so the universal basic income comes into play, and the social credit scores and the cryptocurrencies and blah blah blah. This is where it all comes into play, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have to
But
have all this infrastructure in place for this stuff to work.
when they bring that infrastructure online, and when they bring it all in play, then it's all just going to get hacked anyway, isn't it?
That's a good. Fair enough.
You know what I mean? Anything they do, any new technology they come in and go, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing this, we're doing that. They make mere back doors for everyone to shut.
Everything's getting hacked, bro. No matter where, like if you look at our own government is hacking our own people and businesses and corporations and health associate. They're hacking everything, our own government in our country right now.
Yeah, but think about it this way: your own government gets hacked. So if your own government can't secure its shit, what makes you think the bank can?
Exactly.
Well, my whole thing is, do you really think? My whole thing is, do you really think companies are going to be fucking stupid enough to replace everybody's job with a fucking robot? I mean, if that's the case, then you got to look at it from the long term. Okay, you got to look at it from how are people going to pay rent? How are people going to pay for food?
Universal basic income. Paying people to stay home.
How are you going to gain income if you're not working?
Well, no, that's what they say. It would just basically be a basic income that you would get from. You would be paid like $1,000 a month from the government or something like that. You know, for just sitting around doing nothing.
I got you.
Yeah.
It's a good day. You people, if you look at it in this aspect, okay, you know why a business would want to replace people? They never get sick. They can work 24/7.
Yep.
They don't need sick. There's so many. They don't need health care.
Yep.
You know, like
Yep. They don't need they don't need to be insured. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
Healthcare. Yeah. So it's basically they don't have to spend any money out of their pocket. other
Have you
than
noticed, like, even
the smaller cars.
McDonald's, even in my area, the McDonald's here, they're starting to put up these little kiosks, so you don't
Yep.
even have to go to a cashier and pay for your food. You can just sit there and order right there through this kiosk.
Oh, that's here.
Yeah.
That's here. They don't serve you at the kiosk anymore. They make you go to the wee panel house. So like I wind them up. I wind them up. I go and tell them I can't read and write and all that.
Right.
So, aye. And then when they're like, "Oh, we didn't use cash," I'm like, "Oh, well, I'm autistic. I didn't get my PIN number. I've only got cash. Make sure you feed me, please. I'm disabled." They fucking hate it. They hate it, like, But like, I go in there with no mask on either. Do you know what I mean? I just wind them up.
I think this is another part of the plan also. Is like they were talking about like raising the minimum wage up to $15 an hour. There's a lot of companies that can actually not afford paying employees $15 a fucking hour. I mean,
Dude.
especially like, for instance, like let's say a company's got 30 employees. All right, now they're forced to pay every one of them minimum wage $15 an hour. Where they're going to have to cut that employer force down in half. So that's less people. All right.
Well, do people not think about though that some people are working part-time and full-time, so they're having to like,
yeah,
but
like,
that doesn't make a difference to them.
Yeah.
So like, in the UK, this is what the UK did, right? When they took furlough away and told folk it wasn't coming back, right? What they also did was they made it cheaper for the business to hire one full-time employee while paying all the national insurance stamps and the tax and that, which we've got, because we use the old system that you failed for using the 30s. You know what I mean? The failed financial system, we still use it, right?
Right.
Then what it is to have two part-time employees not paying any of the duties or stamps for them, the national insurance. So what that means is, right, eventually, whether you like it or not, the businesses will be like the Joker on the Batman film, when he snaps the pool cue and says, "We're having tryouts." Which one of the two part-time workers is getting the full-time hours?
Right.
Because it's cheaper.
Right. Yeah.
They're fucking us over on every end, guys.
Yeah, but it's all part of the plan. That's why they're trying to shut down your shops, because when the shops are shut, right, whether you like it or not, if there's no shops open, your property value is going to plummet. Because your house price is tied into the commercial rental prices of
And
these
then you got stuff like BlackRock, these like big, huge finance companies and stuff like that will buy up the properties.
Yep.
Right? It won't be private entity or private people that were buying these things. It's big investment groups that will buy it up.
It's banks.
Yeah.
It's the same hedge funders. The shadow banking sector collapsed in September 2019, guys. These people are losing the arse, basically.
You
right?
will own nothing and you will be happy.
Exactly. And here's what I like as well, right? They were going to build back better. Why is it no upgrade? Do you not have to smash it up? Do you not have to destroy it to build it back?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, there's
terminology,
this thing that's called ideological subversion. There's a 4-step process. The first step is to demoralize the nation. Second step is to destabilize the nation. That's the economy and stuff like that. The third step is to bring the nation to crisis. And then the fourth step is to normalize the nation. I mean, have you noticed that a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is the new normal, the new normal." We're already in the fourth fucking step of that process. You know what I mean?
So when do you think the North American dollar will be getting released?
Oh,
for that
shit.
trade agreement.
They're already talking about a U.S. cryptocurrency, new U.S. Bitcoin type of thing.
Yeah, that's happened in the UK already. That's good to go. The Bank of England's never been a place that anybody could have an account unless you're super rich or like it's a bit like the Fed, basically, right? Can't get an account yourself. We couldn't get an account there, right? But the Bank of England started up the crypto with Bitcoin, and they've already turned around and told us that we're all going to be able to open accounts there. We're all going to get accounts. And that's the Chancellor. That's the UK government. But they've been talking about it for the last 3 years, if I'm honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they've all been talking about it for longer than that. They've been talking about it since they started infiltrating the dark web. You know what I mean? Since they started infiltrating the dark web and going, what? This shit's worth what? Well, we need to go and gobble that up. And then they went and stole everybody's Bitcoin. They've been stealing everybody's Bitcoin since.
Right.
You know, and when folks started moving it to Ethereums and all that, they went, really? Ken what? Fuck you. We're going to destabilize the market and just wipe 60% off their Bitcoin.
Right. Right.
So if
Yep.
you had a
They
million
have a
bucks,
cure-all for
you woke up
everything.
one morning and had 400K left, and you're like, what the fuck?
See, that's the reason why I've been following, like, for instance, the robotics and cybernetics and AI systems for it's going on a little over 15 years now, but I've been following this very closely. I've been watching the growth of this, and it's been growing exponentially over time, and it's getting faster and faster and faster. It's like it's doubling in smarts every month almost, or less, or you know what I mean? Eventually, it's going to get to the point where the singularity, if it hasn't already happened, it's going to happen to the point where these things become smarter than every freaking human on the planet. I mean, even smarter than the people that built the damn things.
Well,
right?
even if they limit them.
That's inevitable.
Well, you're
Even if
going off the technology that people trust. So, you know, eventually the technology, if not the technology has gotten smarter beyond us, the technology is now telling them how to build stuff.
Yeah. Well, I
And
mean,
even
go
and
ahead.
even if they limit them, yeah, like they limit electric scooters or whatever else, the end user will just be able to take the limit off.
Yeah.
So it's going to eventually happen anyway. It's a logical, natural procession, isn't it?
Hmm.
Like, it doesn't make a difference. Whatever technology they bring out, right? It can be for whatever good reason, right? For every one good reason for having that technology, there's 5 nefarious reasons it could be used for.
Well, the
Whether you
road
like
to hell is always paved with good intentions.
Aye, so regardless of whatever you want to do, right, there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to want to do something else. It's human nature, eh? We always are inquisitive,
Well,
curiosity.
Independence says it pretty good right over there, where, you know, with her statement, it's right there, yeah.
But that's the thing too. It's like I was sitting there. Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. I kind of lost it for a second there. I knew what I was going to say, but then I lost it.
Think about it. Ponder on it for a second.
Yeah, but because I was sitting there thinking about the AI and all that, when it comes down to oh crap, never
And
mind.
my
I'll think of it
great-grandfather
in a minute.
was a 33rd degree Mason.
Yeah. Well,
No, I swear to God on my life, like I'll die. Like I'll put my hand. I'm a Christian. I'll put my hand on a Bible right now and fucking, I'm not kidding. That my family's been in some weird shit. Not like my grandparents or any, because they saw what was going on, right?
Right.
And they knew that it was wrong. Like they grew up and then like they got away from it. But
I'm not making a joke out of this because I'm quite serious. Can you tell me where the treasure is?
can I tell you what?
The treasure is.
Treasurer.
The treasure.
Yeah,
Solomon's treasure.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
I wasn't trying to make funny, man. I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
No. Hey, if I would have heard you better, it would have hit. It would have stuck what you were saying better. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Wink, wink,
But no,
nudge, nudge, man. We can both benefit.
Listen, the Scottish rites, okay? The Scottish rites, fucking Order of the Eastern Star, like 4 different
Right.
groups showed up to my great grandfather's funeral.
Wow.
I know. Listen, it's
Yeah,
like
the Order of the Eastern Star. That's the women's version of the Masons.
Yes, very correct. Yes, my great grandmother had this ruby ring that my grandmother still has. It's her big ass ruby. It's like probably like I don't know. It's like 3 inches across. It's huge, and it has this golden casing on it with a fucking like pentagram almost type like shit. It's weird. Like and
But what I was sitting there thinking about earlier is like also is this arms race in a sense. This AI arms race is what we're doing right now. Now, since they're racing each other to be the first in a sense, I really think that they're going to be taking shortcuts to get there. All right, and when there's shortcuts, there's faults in the system, because if you even look at it, Sophia robot, for instance, the core programming is where, you know, it's all done by humans, and then humans are faulty. All right, and I started even looking into Ben Gertzel and his belief systems and what his family, his parents and his grandparents and stuff like that. I looked back, you know, and that type of mentality, and you know, communist type of mentality that was brought down toward to Ben. And then also with that type of mentality or whatever is what's being put into the core programming of these bots. And then if there's shortcuts, there's greater possibility for things to go wrong, like a iRobot scenario, or like a mass extinction level type Skynet thing. You know what I mean? Because it'll just go fucking nuts. You know what I mean? It'll go fucking nuts. And then when it becomes smarter than everything on this planet, it would look alien to us because it will have its own language, its own thought process, its own values, its own, you know, all that. It would look like a freaking alien. I mean, you know, it comes down to like how would you defeat that? And then, you know, like Joe was saying too, is taking out the eyes, taking out, you know, hacking it or whatever and all that other stuff. But see, that's even then, it makes it even worse. You know what I'm saying? You know, like for instance, unless you can actually control it. But if it decides to have or it decides it realizes self-preservation, it might look at us like a virus and want to eradicate it from the planet, you know.
God damn.
I mean, you know, I see
You're
that's
right,
these are where my brain goes to these things because I've been studying it for a while, and people think I'm fucking crazy when I say people will not really realize how bad it really is until they start seeing robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our head. People say I'm fucking crazy when I say that. All right,
No,
it's
you're not.
I mean, but they're not really seeing it. I mean, they're not
crazy,
really
bro.
seeing it, you know. And but by then it might be too fucking
Well,
late, you know.
Right. Right. I completely agree with you. It's a possibility. It is.
Yeah.
It's a great possibility. In fact, I stuff happening. It's like a combination. I mean, if you want to use a combination of movies, like it's like Jack with fucking Demolition Man with fucking, oh man, there's like so many
Right.
fucking movies that you could throw into
Predictive
it. Like
programming.
the Snake Plissken,
Yeah.
fucking Escape from LA and shit like that. I could totally see our fucking country turning into shit like that.
Yeah.
Or Idiocracy. Idiocracy is a good one. I could see our
Right.
country turning into that too.
Oh shit.
You ever
Dude,
seen the film Children of Men?
Yeah.
Does that know what the UK
I
looks
have
like?
not
Pretty
yet.
sure. Because Children of Men talks about nobody being able to have kids because some mad shit and we took a vaccine. To say that poles have shifted, the south of France is in hospital 6 months of the year and everybody's living underground and shit. You have nothing but migrants sitting at all ports of the entry behind big fences trying to get in with soldiers all hard in the border because Europe's gone and there's not been any children born for 30, 40 years or some shit like that.
Right.
And Bill Gates did certainly do a TED talk a year ago and stated that vaccinations will help reduce the world population by what, 15% or something like that, 11%. If vaccines save lives, how else could it reduce the population if it's not sterilization?
Well, I mean, actually, even Bill Gates was mentioning it's like if the vaccine was to do what it was supposed to do, a good portion of the population will be eliminated, because that will help the economy and help the growth of the planet. Blah 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 blah. He said it in a damn in public at a seminar. You know, and honestly, anybody that believes Bill Gates can do that stuff, but Kelly, he can't even keep viruses out of a fucking computer. What makes he think he's going to keep viruses out of people?
Right.
I mean, for real.
You know, the whole pole shifting thing is actually scientifically happening. Hold on one second. I'll let you pull up my screen here. There it goes. It should be down there. This is the graph that I put down there is it pretty much shows that the North Pole used to be up here. The magnetic North Pole used to be up here around the North Pole. And
Right.
it's been slowly but surely moving its way down into Canada, and it's moving towards the U.S., which is telling me that it's not slowing down. And I do believe that there is going to be a pole shift here soon.
I heard it was the opposite. I heard it was moving towards Siberia. Now I've been watching other scenarios where they were. That's what I've been coming across personally.
Right.
I heard the same as him. That's why New York's had the worst winter since 2012, and that's why all
Okay.
the animals just keep heading west. Or that's why all the wild animals in Canada just keep heading west because the world's tilting to the east.
Okay.
And that's the same direction as the straight line for Machu Picchu, Easter Island, Giza, to go for the bottom left to the top right.
Right.
That's the same direction. If you make that turn to the right as your equator, that'll be your equator at the end of it.
Right.
So, Florida's going to get colder.
We're all going to get colder
and wetter.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm already pretty wet. You know, I mean, they got pretty much 100% humidity almost all the time.
No, I get that,
Well,
but when I mean like levels rising and whatnot,
Right,
we're seeing
right.
and whatnot, you know.
Extinction level.
Well, somewhere tonight, in my state, someone's going to get 10 inches. So.
Yeah, it's supposed to drop down to 30s and 40s tonight or tomorrow night too. But yeah, that's all that cold air coming in from Canada, coming down here. But yeah,
I don't know. Is it just me, or am I not afraid of 10 to 12 inches of snow? Because I mean, that sounds like a lot. 10 to 12 inches of snow over here is going to be fucking crazy. But really, that's only a foot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, bro. But you got to understand, it depends on where that snow is falling.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. When white stuff starts falling from the sky down here in Florida, people are gonna freak the fuck out.
I'm in North Georgia. They're not gonna freak out, but they've already.
Dude, do you know how many car wrecks are gonna happen? Oh my God, look at that shit! What the fuck is that? And they're gonna wreck. I mean, it's gonna people are
Should
gonna
they do
freak
that with the rain
out.
in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying though, it's like I think it was like years ago. I mean, we got flurries as far as Jacksonville. You know what I mean? There was like it was a big deal. You know what I mean? And but yeah, people will
from
freak
Alaska,
out.
though. So I'm from Alaska, so I remember being like 5 years old and fucking everybody having to be in the same area of the house and being heated up because after with the wind chill it was 50, 60 below zero. So I that shit cold ain't no joke. And I live in North Georgia though, it's in Appalachian Mountains. So
Well, I got a bunch of stuff from my brother when he retired from the military, and some of the stuff that he gave me happened to be Arctic weather type clothing. You know what I mean? I was like, well, I mean, I live in Florida. I don't really need this stuff, but I'm holding on to it just in case. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'll be ready when it does happen, if it does. But
hey, I got a couple of snow sleds sitting in the backyard.
Right. Turn my damn motorcycle into a damn what do you call it? What is snowmobile? I turn my damn motorcycle into a snowmobile. But yeah, I mean, and then there's like some of the things through history and stuff. It was like it was like a flash freeze. They were like when they found like those mammoth elephants or whatever, and they were in the process of eating food, and they had still half digested food, and it's like they were flash frozen. It's like it happened like real quick. You know what I mean? That would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? It would get so cold so fast they would just like it freeze everything, and like it's just wild to think that was to happen again.
I remember my grandfather going outside with my dad and coming back in their beards being fucking full of frost, and I was like, "What the fuck?" You know what I'm saying? Like that was weird as hell.
Flavor saver, man. That's what that is.
And then I'm the only fucking.
You don't like that joke?
I couldn't grow a beard to save my life. So.
Oh shit.
Oh man. Well, man, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate all you guys for coming in and everything, man. It's been fucking fun. I really do think it's been fun and all that. I think, I mean, I don't know, unless you guys got something else you guys want to get off your chest or something like that. I think I'm probably going to shut it down and then go wander around and see what's going on. There's a lot of channels that have been downloaded. Some things I've been trying to catch up on and I haven't done.
Right.
Like today I slept most of the day away, man, after I got off that stream earlier this morning, and I started up again. So yeah, I've been kind of neglecting on some things. I haven't made my rounds and all that other stuff, as they say. But yeah.
Do you feel bad like me, like when you sleep for 3 hours and you're like, fuck, I missed all this?
Well, I don't really feel bad, but I do. There are some things that I just like, I try to keep up on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I might not be able to watch the whole damn video or something like that, or a whole live
Right.
stream, but I'll catch bits and pieces of it and all that stuff just to kind of catch up, and then like maybe pop into a live streams just so I can say hello, even if I don't stick around for a long time, because sometimes I do. I might stick around for the whole thing, but then there's times I might pop in, then I'll pop out, and I'll pop back in. You know what I mean? Depending on how long everything's going. And but yeah, I try to keep up with everybody, and I'm subscribed to a lot of different people on YouTube, so I try to keep up with everything that everybody's doing, and I don't know, keeping my finger on the pulse basically is what I say, And
yeah, well, we got to just keep our eyes open and just keep our eyes open.
You got an eye, you got your eye on us there, you people. Keep an eye
just
on
like
us.
you got your eye on everybody else, I got my eye on everybody else. So at least everybody knows that we're watching their back. That's
right.
Oh, dude.
Hey,
All
Joe,
right,
man. Hey, Joe, I really appreciate you coming by, Joe. I really appreciate, man. I appreciate your input a lot. So and you people, I appreciate you and 1A2A. I appreciate you guys. Miss J, and Independent, all them. I mean, everybody in the chat. You guys have been awesome. I forgot to mention that the end of this morning's live stream when I shut it out. But I really appreciate all you guys coming in and hanging out with me and stuff like that. Because I really enjoy these conversations, and I think a lot of these conversations need to be had, and we need to keep communicating. Because I mean, the more we talk to each other and talk about these things, the more we can come up with solutions. And lack of better words, solutions. We can come up with solutions. Yeah. Was it Emerald? Yeah, Emerald Rider. I was over on Bjorn's chat. He's another one of those, in my mind, my boots on the ground in that country. And he's out there in Norway. So I mean, Bjorn he's been given a lot of information when it comes down to some of that stuff too. So yeah, he's a Viking, man, and I like the Viking culture and stuff, man. And it drives me nuts when I see Vikings or their ancestors or these strong Viking culture and stuff, and a lot of them are just bending a knee and accepting and complying with all this crap that's going on, like in Norway and all that other shit. I mean, it just drives me nuts. It's like the same thing in Scotland. I know a few of them that very proud heritage and stuff like that, very strong people, and it just bothers me that they're just bending a knee to this shit, and I don't understand it. But I mean, I can also say the same thing about here in America, and there should be a lot of people pissed off here in America, but yet they're just they're drinking the Kool-Aid big time. It drives me nuts.
I think it's the fluoride.
It could be. It could be. I mean, it's in our toothpaste too. So I mean, it's not just in the water. I mean, have you ever looked at the warning label on the toothpaste tubes? I mean,
Yeah.
it says that, I mean, if you get any of this in your system, you're supposed to call the CDC or poison control. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because fluoride's main job is to clean the slag off his steel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's also a not a neurotoxin?
Neurotoxin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard the Chinese put iodine into their water.
Don't tell me that. We grew up with fluoride in our water system. guys are scaring me. I'm going. You guys scare me with your stuff. Anarchy. Much love.
Yeah,
Joe,
right on.
very nice to
Yeah.
meet you, sir.
Yes.
Everybody in chat, have a wonderful evening if I don't see you anywhere else. Get it?
Yeah.
See?
All right. All right, man. You have a good one.
Yeah, man. But anyway, I'm going to let you bounce to you want to bounce. You know what I mean? And to be honest,
Yeah.
man, it's quarter past 3 for me in the morning. So.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, hey, you get some rest, man. Cheers, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah.
It's all good, man. You were having a conversation that, like, I have either a little bit knowledge about or a little bit input about.
Like I said,
you
I
know,
appreciate
I
you. I
was
appreciate you.
I was listening earlier on, but I was in the shower and that, so I didn't think you'd take too well me coming on in the shower, Ken. You know what I mean?
Dude, I mean, I think you're always welcome, Joe. I appreciate you. I
It's
really
all
do.
good, man. It's all good. But anyway, enjoy your night, and everybody else, man. Thanks. Enjoy your night, guys. Enjoy your Friday. Goodbye.
Cheers. All right, you guys. Like I said, you guys out there in the chat, you guys are rock. This is where all the cool kids are, man. Is right here on my stream, dude. I really appreciate all you guys. This is the 1122, the Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. Back out.